An upload from KaiMo Films. What is this? We're back. It's Captain McKay and I back to talk about movies and probably action figures. So, hooray. Just because I can't guarantee how long we're going to be going for and that anybody will watch all the way through, Cap, go ahead and plug all your social medias and cut a quick promo on anything that you might be working on.
Let's see, right away. Okay, I'm at Captain McKay on Instagram. My YouTube channel is Captain McKay Random, where you'll find stop motion and action figure related stuff and little behind the scenes here and there. Oh God, promos on the fly. What do I got here? Storm Collectibles. You better make a Final Fight series. 2023 is our year. Let's go. And as more things come to mind at some point during the course of this, I'll hopefully remember to mention it. But yeah, get a snack, get something to drink right now, because who knows? We're both pretty verbose when it comes to these topics, so this could be a few minutes.
I'd say it's a bit more than a few, but he's absolutely right. Go check him out on all the socials, all the Instas and the Twitters. Everything will be linked down below. Oh, you didn't mention, but you're now on Patreon as well.
Also true, yeah. I don't wonder. It's like I'm pretty terrible at marketing and at sharing things like that. But yes, I at Patreon, a little behind the scenes stuff. It's just patreon.com/Captain McKay. Or is it Captain McKay Random? I think it's just Captain McKay. I don't know. But it'll be linked somewhere. You can find it.
Yep, everything is going to be down in the description below. And I'd highly recommend it. Cap and I have been, talking to each other about monsters and kaiju and action figures and stuff for probably a good 4 years, and I'd highly recommend all of this stuff.
Many thanks. High praise. It's always good to, get some Godzilla fans and monster fans and just have, discussions like this, really.
Absolutely. So, on the docket today, we are going to be discussing what I would consider to be the best era of, or the best decade at least, of monster movies ever, at least to come out of Japan, which would be the 90s, specifically the 90s Godzillas and the 90s Gamera movies, which, like I said, as far as I'm concerned, probably the golden age, at least the high bar of kaiju films to really ever come out, like I said, as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, it's tough to argue that. Like, a lot of the Godzilla ones that I remember seeing, from that era were some of the ones that kind of stuck with me for the longest, and it seems to be the ones that are kind of the most impacted and imprinted on pop culture now. Because if you look at anybody's kind of mind's eye view of Godzilla, they're probably thinking of a 93, 94
Yep.
version of Godzilla more than previously, where it would have been kind of the older Showa versions. But I think a lot of media and a lot of marketing and stuff goes more towards the Heisei era Godzilla, and so he's definitely a pop icon at this point.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the design and the incarnation, that's, like you said, it's kind of the mind's eye version of Godzilla, especially to somebody who wouldn't consider themselves a kaiju fan. Shin Godzilla was an anomaly. It just blew up and became extremely popular in Japan, and that's why you keep seeing Shin Godzilla stuff, because the connection with Hideaki Anno and Evangelion and Shin Ultraman and all that stuff was extremely popular in Japan, and so it's understandable why Shin Godzilla and that incarnation and that design is everywhere in Japan, at least in the big urban areas. And so, but like you said, the 90s design has stuck with people since the movies came out. And so, I like you said, it's just such a great design, and it's kind of the definitive Godzilla design as far as I'm concerned. Not my favorite, but it's the definitive design.
I think what kind of maybe propels that is that it's a very consistent design. Pretty much since Biollante all the way on through till the end of the Heisei era, Godzilla doesn't really change much. There's minor changes, but it's not like the Millennium series where he's going to look wildly different between movies, or even the Showa ones where he has kind of bigger, wider eyes in one movie and then kind of a more oval face the next, and he's just the head shape, just movie to movie, it's totally like separate from the previous one. You don't get as much of that in the Heisei ones. Like he's very, the body type, the proportions and stuff are largely, pretty consistent across like all the movies, which is probably why I think maybe that general like look of Godzilla is so well remembered, maybe because there's just so much of it.
Well, yeah, because there's that repetition. It's kind of the same thing with like a movie theme, where it's like Indiana Jones or Star Wars. It's like it's the same theme from movie to movie to movie, and that's aside from being great themes. They're just that's why they've stuck around. It's because they're so memorable and they're so consistent with the property. And so with the Heisei series, it's the same design, like you said, from Biolante pretty much all the way up until Destroya, which is just a modification of the same design. It's one like vision. It's one character from beginning to end, which is what makes it so endearing, I guess you could say.
Yeah, it also makes it like a little more difficult for me. And I know, you're an action figure guy too, but for me as an action figure guy, like when they, new companies come out and they announce 90s Godzillas, I'm just like, is there much meat on the bone for me to like go for this when he's very similar to one I already have? And it's, it's a case by case basis, but it's not like, somebody, for example, releasing like a MonsterVerse Godzilla is going to look way different, obviously, because the design is just totally its own unique thing.
Mm-hmm.
Or like Shin Godzilla or something, like there's obvious differences there. But like, the difference between Godzilla, let's say like 89 and 94 are, they're going to be a lot less than like, a Heisei Godzilla versus like a Shin Godzilla or something.
Sure. Yeah. And so basically what we're going to be doing with this episode is kind of talking about our top three, or just kind of like the highlights of the Heisei series, because there are 7 movies, and talking about 7 movies along with the Gamera trilogy is a bit much, or at least some of the Gamera movies. Cap, what would you say your top 3 Heisei movies are? Because I think there's one that you're missing, if I'm remembering right.
Yes, the only one from this series that I have not seen is Godzilla versus Mothra, which you had told me a while back is probably the weakest of these Heisei movies, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So I still haven't seen it, so I'm missing that. I have that gap in my knowledge. But if I had to narrow down my 3, probably my personal favorites, I've had some time to think about this. I think probably Godzilla versus Destroya is, I would argue, probably the best of the bunch. My personal favorite might be Mechagodzilla 2.
Okay.
And then the wild card is probably actually going to be 85, just because
Okay.
that's imprinted on me from a young age, and that was the first Heisei movie that I saw. And I think some time ago when you and I had spoken earlier, like I mentioned that like for the longest time in the United States, like that was my only exposure to Heisei Godzilla, because I didn't know until years and years later that they kept going past that. Like I thought that was the last one, and so that end point turns out is actually like a jumping off point, as
Mm-hmm.
much as it's like a definitive beginning or end for like the previous series. So it was just kind of like eye opening, and for that I think is probably why I like it so much.
Now, would you say 85 or 84? Because there's the like the nugget of the movie is still the same from version to version, but the way they execute it is very different, because it's a 54 King of the Monsters situation where they add Raymond Burr in to make it like Americanized for American audiences. So are you specifically talking about 85 or the Return of Godzilla of 1984?
I don't think I'm specifically drawn to one more than the other. Like I obviously like I recognize their differences, and the one that I saw as a kid had the Raymond Burr scenes and way more Dr Pepper, but the one but like having seen Return of Godzilla since then, there are differences. There's plot points that are omitted because they were added in as an afterthought for American audiences, and there's
Mm-hmm.
like slightly different subtext to a lot of the international conflicts that were going on at the time.
Yes, that's very true.
So, but yeah, I wouldn't say one more than the other. I guess if I had to pick, I would say 85, just because that's the one I'm more familiar with. But you could go either way.
Well, this is perfect because my list overlaps very nicely, with the exception of Mechagodzilla 2. My third favorite is 84. My second is Biolante, and
Okay.
my favorite is Destroya. And Destroya has always been one that I've held very near and dear to me. As a child, I would watch that and bawl my eyes out every time Godzilla melts down, because it's a well executed death.
Hmm.
And Biolante, upon my most recent viewing back in November, I want to say, because I did a Heisei marathon. Upon my viewing of Biolante and having the figure from Monster Arts, I really came to appreciate the execution of the story and the execution of the characters, because that's something a lot of Godzilla movies either favor one side or the other, generally in favor of the monster action. And then 84, I've always, growing up, I watched the 85 version because I had the VHS tape.
Hmm.
And but now that I have the Kraken release and my VCR is broken, should probably take it to lightning fast VCR. Um, but now that I have the Kraken version, or the Kraken release of the 84, I've been watching that. And the aesthetics of it and the execution of Godzilla's return are what make it very interesting to me, and are what make it my favorite, or one of my favorites of the series.
Hmm. Makes a lot of sense. Like the 80, 84, 85 was handled in such a way where, when I was a kid, there, watching it, I wasn't aware that it was like set in a different continuity basically from any of the other ones. So I'm like, why are they talking about Godzilla as if he hasn't been around
Mm-hmm.
this whole time? But somebody kind of was just like, well, you kind of have to ignore all these other ones you're watching with Gigan and Hedorah and all that. Like, just pretend those are separate from all this. And so, like, once as a kid, I was able to kind of separate the two. I was like, so, okay, this makes the original Godzilla seem, like it was like way more the distant memory than it, probably was to anybody who'd been watching the series up till that point.
Sure, yeah.
But yeah, like the way they tied it all together, like you say, it's like tied in nicely with the original, 54 movie, and even the 85 movie. They found a way to tie it back to the King of the Monsters by including the same actor and the same characters and all that. There was a consistency there that wasn't really a part of the Showa movies. Like the Showa movies were all over the place because you'd have characters in one movie just totally disappear, or an actor would show up as a different character in the next movie, and it was easy to get lost. And it was just
Yep.
like
Yep.
the monster continuity was like you never knew, like, wait, why is this guy his ally now? He was beating him up in the last movie. Like all this kind of stuff was just like, it's like they were just having fun with it, and I get it. But 85 kind of like restored what was previous from like King of the Monsters, and to me that was interesting that there was like suddenly two different Godzilla universes.
Yeah, and to your point about characters returning, this was during the studio era of Japan and even of the U.S., where actors and directors and talents would basically sign exclusive contracts with a film company, sort of like WWE. I don't know if they changed anything with that, but like Akira Takarada, for example, rest in peace. He would have signed a contract to appear in either so many movies or work for Toho for so many years, and he would fulfill that contract and then either renew it or sign a contract with a different company. And so that's why in the 70s you would have seen completely different actors in every single movie, which is, in 71 with Hedra, complete no names. In 72 with Gigan, complete no names. Same thing with Megalon and Mechagodzilla and Terror Mechagodzilla. And so that's when the studio system collapsed, and people could work or sign with any company they wanted to. And so that's kind of why the continuity of the Showa era is really difficult to pinpoint, I guess, because the Dr. Serizawa would have died in the original, but then 10 years later he's playing a different character, and then 2 years later he's playing the Red Ribbon Army general. And so that's why that continuity is so difficult to keep track of. But then the Heisei series, aside from just being fewer movies, they don't have actors playing different roles. They have the same actor playing the same character.
Yeah, that was like something interesting to discover too. Like when I first saw the Heisei movies, when I saw the same actors coming back movie to movie, I was like, wait, they actually are the same person they were last time. Like that's not something I was used to because normally, if I go back to watching, like, oh, okay, this character from Ghidorah the three-headed monster was a totally different person in the last movie. Like, so you actually get familiar with some of the human characters, which isn't really something you do in Godzilla movies from the older days. And like nowadays, I guess it's a little more common because some of the same actors show up across like the legendary movies, and like you get those familiar faces that kind of like go from movie to movie. But like this was Miki shows up, forms a bond in the Mechagodzilla movie with the baby, and she shows up for the rest of the series with that same kind of plot thread intact. So that's not something that I was used to, certainly, but it kind of like tightens up the continuity a little bit and makes it so that it's easier to follow.
Exactly, and that to me is the strength of the Heisei series, because the characters continue on and the stories continue on. Sometimes, like you mentioned, Miki Sagusa, sometimes her role is reduced, like in Mechagodzilla 2, and Ghidorah, she doesn't really do all that much. She's there to like help move the plot along, but not really to have the connection with Godzilla per se. But then you have stuff like Space Godzilla and Destroya, and especially Biollante, where her character is integral to what happens, which is the strength, as far as I'm concerned, the strength of the Heisei series, because there is that familiarity, there is that progression of characters.
It's almost like the Heisei series is like the only one that I'm comfortable referring to as a series because it goes together.
Yeah.
Like the Showa ones are loose fitting continuity at best, and then Millennium is basically just an anthology, the entire thing. So like Heisei, like it's nicely done. It fits all together, and they what did it last? It was 10 years, 11 years, give or take, across 6 or 7 movies. You said, and I think they got their mileage out of it because like we say, it's 30 some odd years later, and that's still kind of what people remember. That's still kind of the vision people have in their brain when they first think of Godzilla. So yeah, I think it's like you mentioned earlier, like that might be some of the best kaiju stuff to come out of Japan of any era.
Yeah, I mean, couldn't have said it better myself. So, I think we should probably get into the movies now. 84/85 is the reintroduction of Godzilla into the Japanese pop culture lexicon. Previously, before that, I think it was like 9 years, Terror of Mechagodzilla came out, was a financial flop of a movie. I don't even think it made its budget back, which isn't great. And it was when Tomoyuki Tanaka, the producer, was like, okay, it's time to put the character to rest. And in glorious fashion, with updated effects, updated music, and updated geopolitical angles with the Cold War and the U.S. and Russia, or the Soviet Union, I guess, they made Godzilla not quite as allegorical as the first one, but at least more impactful than basically from Raids Again to Terror of Mechagodzilla.
Yeah, his presence is like it's more of a looming presence. It's not like they're a little more on the nose throughout the Showa era. Like he shows up and things are going to go one way basically. But like
Or then
in
jazz
this one,
music starts playing and he starts flying or whatever.
yeah, he can fly or he's like dancing on the moon or whatever he's doing. Like he's a party animal, that guy. But this one is like it's almost like they're more concerned with like the fact that he might still exist, at least in the first part of the movie, where they're kind of putting all these things together. Where like, okay, well this this submarine sank and there's like irradiated like cockroaches on it or whatever the case, and then
Oh yeah.
you have all this stuff going on. It's like people are kind of starting to like speculate, but well, no, it can't be that because he's been gone for all these years, and meanwhile they're like escalating the tension between like all the like in the political dealings with the different countries and everything. And then so by the time he does finally show up, it's like it's a payoff, and he doesn't do much initially when he shows up. He's kind of like wanders around through the city a little bit.
Well,
And then
first he destroys the power plant and the like Easter egg, or not the Easter egg, but they set up the migration aspect.
Yes.
Of he follows the birds, or he follows like the magnetic pull of the earth or whatever.
Yeah, because they that's kind of how that scene ends. Is like he shows up in like the power plant and everything, and then like they lock in the fact that like, oh, he's kind of tracking the migration of these birds that are flying around, and that's something that would come back later on in that movie. They would use that to their advantage, but it just sets up an interesting plot because it's like, well, okay, where's he been? Why is he back? Why is he like targeting specifically these plants? And what's the bird thing? Like, what's all that? So like right away they're establishing that this is different from what you would have seen years ago in like Terror of Mechagodzilla or something, where he shows up, beats up a robot, and leaves. Like this is something altogether different. So yeah, I liked how they did that. And like you mentioned before, like better special effects, the soundtrack. I can't understate just how much I like the soundtrack to this movie. Like,
yeah, definitely.
It stands so far apart from like all the other ones previously, and probably all the other ones since. But it's totally unique, and it's almost more of a horror soundtrack than like triumphant monster movie kind of thing. But yeah, like I don't know, I got a lot of praise for this movie.
Well, you mentioned the horror aspect. This is, people always say, except for the 54 movie, this is the most whatever. But I think this trumps the 54 movie with the apocalyptic horror aspect. Then, because literally the sky turns red. The depending on which version you watch, the Soviets either accidentally or intentionally, which we can talk about the Cold War aspect, but the Soviets launch a nuke towards Japan to kill Godzilla, and then the U.S. intercepts it with their own missile. But the fallout falls through the atmosphere and reawakens Godzilla, and it's like everything has a red like gel filter over it. Like they just put like 3 or 4 red filters in front of the camera lens, and it's like, all right, action. And like everything looks so dour and depressing, and there's fire everywhere, there's smoke everywhere, and it's an extremely apocalyptic movie that the original couldn't quite capture. They captured like the destruction for sure, but the aesthetics and the like the way, just the black and white doesn't. It's a different way of capturing the apocalyptic nature of a nuclear bomb.
Yeah, and then like the elements of like the horror villains at the time that would have been popular is like, you think he's dead, but then he just gets up.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something that happens in this movie too. Like Godzilla is like on his side against the building or whatever, and then suddenly the fallout happens, and next thing you know, he's up and he's supercharged, and it's like that trope of you walk away from Jason Voorhees and then you turn around and suddenly he's gone, and then he's outside appropriately as we record this on Friday the 13th. But
oh, you're right.
But yeah, like that was previously we'd seen Godzilla get like in fights, and then he gets struck by lightning, and that kind of rejuvenates him a little bit, and so
turns into
like
a magnet.
He's been down and out before and saved by plot conveniences before, but this one, it's actually interesting that I think humans have a lot more to do with the plot, because it's like a lot of the human conflict that ends up affecting Godzilla one way or the other. Like, if they hadn't been launching missiles, it's very possible that Godzilla would have just been defeated right then and there by the Super X, and it would have been like, all right, well, there's your movie. But, because of the world situation the way it was, and, whichever version of the movie you watch, whether intentional or not, like, these missiles getting shot, it's responsible for, oh, okay, Godzilla's back, and now he's a little cross at the Super X, and he's going to blow a hole through the side of this building, and it's going to be a whole thing now.
Well, exactly. Briefly, for anybody who doesn't know what we mean by intentionally shooting a missile or not, in the original 1984 version of the film, there is a Soviet, I don't know if it's like a tanker or a transport or something, but they have access codes to launch a nuclear missile from space, which is very illegal, by the way. A friend of mine, a family friend of ours, does like super top secret stuff. I don't know what he does, but he was saying that having nuclear missiles in space is extremely illegal. So if you overlook that, it's fine. But in the '84 version, in the Japanese version, the countdown accidentally gets set off by Godzilla attacking a harbor. I think he like damages the ship in some way, and the countdown starts. And the captain of the ship is trying to stop it, and he verbally says, "I have to stop the missile," but he fails because like some shrapnel or some sparks kill him before he can stop it. In the '85 version, he actually says, "I must launch the missile," and they do a cutaway to a weak hand being lifted or being raised to push the launch button, which was an added American scene, to make the Soviets initially or intentionally launch the nuke. So that's where the difference between the '84 and the '85 version comes, and that's where you can see the anti-Soviet or the anti-Russian sentiments come through, because this would have been prime Cold War, Rocky IV era.
Yeah, would have also given them the opportunity to do that scene where they intentionally shoot the Russian missile out of the sky and become the
Yep.
heroes, and they're like, look how on the ball we are. But of course, the end result either way is that they irradiate Godzilla again, and he's back now.
So Godzilla gets irradiated, he gets revived, basically curb stomps the Super X with the building. And there's a scientist who is at the power plant that gets attacked by Godzilla, and he notices his migration patterns, or his ability to notice the migration patterns of birds. And they set a trap to lock him up in Mount Mihara, which is a volcano. And it's a really interesting method of getting rid of Godzilla, because the oxygen destroyer is gone. Serizawa killed himself and destroyed his notes. But then they have no conventional way of destroying Godzilla or killing him, and so they're just like, well, the best we can do is seal him up in a volcano, which leads to it's not necessarily tragic, but it's a surprisingly touching scene of Godzilla falling into the volcano with a fantastic score, fantastic piece. I think it's just called Godzilla at Mount Mihara. If you're interested, Cap, you can listen to all of the Showa as well as the '84 soundtracks on Spotify, and you can
That's good.
And
I didn't know that.
You can listen to it, and let me pull it up. I think the track is called Godzilla at Mount Mihara, if I'm remembering right. It's all the way down at the bottom of this playlist.
Because they got them all in order.
Absolutely.
Nice.
Godzilla falls into Mount Mihara. It's a beautiful piece. It's very high. It's relies heavily on the violins, and it's surprisingly touching for a monster that just leveled Tokyo. And I think they did a pretty good job.
Yeah, I mean that. You mentioned the Destroya ending before, but this, prior to ever seeing Destroya, this was probably the most harrowing Godzilla scene, because, like I mentioned, as a kid, I didn't know anything came after this. So I'm like, this is how he goes. This is how he dies. And because it's such a final moment, and I will give a concession to the '85 version here with the speech that Raymond Burr, the voiceover.
I was going to mention that. Yes,
that's very well done, and I would argue probably adds something that, once you realize that it's not in the Japanese version, it might feel like it's missing. But it's very well done, and it's just a kind of about questioning the nature of something like Godzilla, where it's like, how can we truly understand a thing like this? It's like a once in a lifetime anomaly, and you either have to figure out how to, live with it or suppress it somehow, but there's no guarantee that it's not coming back. And that's kind of just an interesting note to end the movie on, because as we know, he does come back. But, it's something that would kind of, I think they would they would echo this a little at the end of Shin Godzilla, where it's implied like we just have to live with this now and we don't know what comes next.
Yeah, but with Shin Godzilla, there's the threat of the countdown of the American nuke coming, because the Rando Yaguchi is saying if Godzilla moves, the countdown starts where it left off, and Tokyo is just screwed.
Yeah.
But with this, I'm not entirely sure if they were planning on a whole, like, continuing the story with another movie, and so it does feel very definitive. And with Raymond Burr's speech, which was actually written by Raymond Burr, you may find it surprising, but his speech is saying, I'm paraphrasing, but we look into the eye of a hurricane or a earthquake and can do nothing to stop it. And whether Godzilla is seen by human eyes or never again, the lessons he has taught us remain, or it's something to that effect.
Yeah, it is some. Yeah.
And it's extremely poignant, and it's really well done, as I think. And a quick history on the '85, the American version. I keep blabbing about the history of stuff, but it's interesting context. The '85 version, the American version, was originally going to be a comedy. I was picked up by New World Cinema, which was Roger Corman's production house.
Yes,
all hail Roger Corman. But they were initially just going to make it a comedy. But when they asked Raymond Burr to reprise his role as Steve Martin, the reporter from King of the Monsters, he said, "Take it seriously or I'm out," which speaks volumes to Raymond Burr and his devotion and his dedication and his respect for the original movie and the original series, which you don't normally find, or you wouldn't normally find, that, especially pre-2000s, I would say, before Godzilla was really at all as popular as he is today, for sure. Or even, when the Godzilla movies were coming out on DVD thanks to Sony.
Yeah, like when you said that he wrote that speech at the end, I didn't know that, but I wasn't surprised to hear it, because I do remember hearing him say, like, we're either going to do this right or I'm not going to do it, because he would have, obviously he would have great respect for the first movie being a part of the American version of that, and he understands. I think he knew what they had, and he's like, if you want to grab this again, I can help you get there, but if you're going to make a joke out of it, like, it's not going to do anybody any favors, least of all me, but, like, you're trying to get away from this at this point, right? And it's, the fact that he did stand up for that and just kind of say, like, I'm not doing this unless we do it right. It's, it is a lot of pull for an actor to have, but they listened and it worked out.
Exactly. And I have a lot of respect for Raymond Burr, because he basically, like you said, it's all or nothing, and I think that adds to his integrity as an actor. I mean, he would have been fine because he had some Perry Mason TV movies coming out around the same time. So I don't think if this movie failed, which I don't know about the financials of the '85 version, but he had some Perry Mason movies that were coming out around the same time. So I think he would have been fine career wise. But yeah, I think personally I prefer the '84 version, just because there aren't those disjointed American scenes with Dr. Pepper product placements.
There's vending machine in the background and all that.
Yep, and then there's the scene. I think it might be the end scene, which is really ridiculous, but it's like panning across all of the military, like, generals and stuff in this command room in the U.S. And there's this shot of an officer going,
yeah,
well he's
right
watching
in front of the camera.
Well, he's watching Tokyo get leveled, and it's like, great job, USA. And
it's like, we needed that. We needed to sell soda in this Godzilla movie.
And so, yeah, I personally prefer the '84 version myself, because there's a little bit more allegory, and it's not, I don't want to say it's not Americanized, but the neutral aspect or the neutral angle of the Soviet, like missile and the Cold War tensions makes it a bit more interesting than just a anti-Soviet movie, I guess you could say, which I find
Yeah.
more intriguing, because it's just something different than what would have come out at that point.
Yeah, like the original version is a lot more reactive to things that are happening, whereas the American version, they're like actively doing things like launching missiles, and it's if you're pointing fingers, you're like, oh well, these are the bad guys very clearly. When in the original '84 version, there might not be a bad guy. There might just be like people with different opinions on how to deal with this. Meanwhile, there's Godzilla like destroying everything. So you kind of are on a time frame here.
Yeah, so I I think it's a great movie, or at least a great Godzilla movie. I don't. That's something I always have to consider because when I like rank and review movies, because I have a Letterboxd, and I post everything on the story that I watch on my Instagram story. I'm sure you've seen some of them.
I have, yeah.
I have to keep that in mind. Of is this a good movie or is this a good Godzilla monster movie? And generally, I'd say it's a good Godzilla movie. In order for me to say it's a good movie, there has to be some things to prop it up, and like characters and writing and story and stuff like that. So I'd say 84 is a good Godzilla movie, a very solid Godzilla movie that I don't turn on all that much. I don't really watch as frequently as, say, Biollante or Final Wars, as some of you may know. But I do enjoy it quite a bit when I do watch it, and so I'd highly recommend it.
Yes, this is not an exciting movie per se. It's just it's just a good time, and you might think about this one a little more while you're watching it more than you would a big like Final Wars or something like you just mentioned, because that you're going to be kind of more of a sensory overload just watching it because there's so much happening action wise. Whereas this, there's very little action compared to other movies. But if you can put that to one side, I think this is well worth your time.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And watch them both. Figure out the differences between the two. It's just an interesting thing to see how they're both presented, and you can decide if you prefer one or the other, or just kind of like them both. It's interesting to see that.
Yes, I would recommend both, actually. You're right, and then decide which one you like more. The 84 version is still available through Kraken Release, if I remember. Not sponsored. I don't know how to watch the 85 version. You can probably find something on like archive.org. Actually, you probably could. But I don't know if there's been any home release for the 85 since a VHS release. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I haven't seen any distribution of that version. Probably because the rights to it are locked up in some vault somewhere, either in Roger Corman's house or Toho's underground secret vault.
I can't think of any off the top of my head. Like I don't know that it would have been included as like a bonus feature on an 84 release at some point. I'm not sure
that I
about
know
that.
of, no.
It's like I mean, you can probably cut out the proof of purchase off a 12-pack of Dr. Pepper and mail it to you, but it's like, but besides that, I don't know.
Yeah, so check out both versions. I recommend the 84 over the 85 myself. So, and then see what you think. It's very different from the standard Godzilla movie, but there's still enjoyment to be had.
Yeah, definitely.
This is my part of the list, but Biollante came out 4 years later. It came out in 1989. And I think it's one of the most creative Godzilla movies, because instead of focusing on the nuclear threat, the nuclear aspect of Godzilla, it focuses on bioengineering, because Biollante is a genetic hybrid between Godzilla cells collected from the 84 Rampage, which helps with the continuity, and the cells of a rose and the cells of a scientist's dead daughter, which makes it very interesting because normally you don't see human plant monster hybrid kaijus. And the execution, while very fantastical and very, very out there, I find it extremely intriguing and well done on a human level, on a monster level, and I think the movie is a perfect balance between the two, with how it paces and how it divvies up the movie between the two the two aspects, the two halves of the movie.
I haven't seen this one in a number of years now, but I do remember this one did have a lot more. I'll call it like kind of classic like 50s sci-fi elements to it, with like all the gene splicing and the genetic stuff going into it, because there is the spirit of the daughter, like you mentioned, with the the rose cells and everything, and mixed with the Godzilla DNA, means that you get, over the course of the movie, you get a couple different versions of Biollante, and like she pretty much looks different each time you see her progressively, and she gets like bigger and meaner looking as, I guess, the Godzilla cells kind of start taking over a little bit more. But it's definitely unlike any of the other monsters we've seen, because typically, with the exception of maybe like Ghidorah and Mothra and the flying ones, all the monsters that we've seen so far have been humanoid, upright, 2 arms, 2 legs, kind of, like just guys in suits, basically. Yep. And this is something altogether different. And it's interesting how creative they were able to get with this Biollante design.
Exactly, because the first form it's just like a rose in like a vase that sprouts like moving tentacles or moving like tendrils and vines and stuff like that. And it makes a very brief appearance. It's not integral. It's just kind of showing something's wrong with this plant. And it sets up the monster. It sets up Biollante. But the second time we see it, it's in a lake, and it's basically just this giant flower. It's this giant rose. It hasn't bloomed, and the like head of the flower is still closed up. But it's a very striking image when like it pans. It shows like the human character standing on a dock, and then it pans up to show Biollante with like spotlights, and it's a really striking image. And then Biollante's final design is basically like, I don't know how you describe it. It's like an alligator mixed with an elephant. I really don't know how to describe Biollante's final design for anybody that hasn't seen it.
Yeah, it almost looks like a landmass that grew a big like alligator head and has like all the vine tendril type things, like as almost like piranha vines. Like if you've seen Super Mario, the plant thing that comes up out of the pipe.
Yep.
It's got those things, except with much larger vines and much longer reach, just as like growing out the sides and the back of the creature. It's an interesting design, and definitely not one that you would have come across in a Godzilla movie before.
Well, this is technically the most impressive effect in a Godzilla movie, I think, because I think they needed like 32 or like over 30 piano wires to operate all the vines and the pieces of the final Biollante design. Mm-hmm. And when you see it running, that was something that the effects director Koichi Kawakita was like, what if we make it run? And the effects team was like, no. And Kawakita was like, well, we're going to do it anyway. And so it looks great. It looks, all the vines, they're basically just flopping in the wind because they're just being moved on piano wires, and there's no muscles to intelligently and intentionally move anything. But I mean, it's a great effect. Biollante looks great. A little lacking in the mobility, which I can see somebody who's new to the series kind of seeing it as a bit of a boring fight, because it's pretty much just it's almost like a dance. It's just like a back and forth between Godzilla trading blows and then Biollante hitting him, and then Godzilla and then Biollante. Mm-hmm. But I find that there's enough visual intrigue between Godzilla, shooting its breath, Biollante firing her acid sap, or her acid spray or whatever it is. Biollante stabbing Godzilla through the hand, which is one of the first acts of extreme violence or gore against Godzilla. No, not one of the first. The 70s movies were pretty gory.
Some of them, yeah, like the Mechagodzilla, like that's one of the bloodier ones that I remember from the older ones. But this is certainly like off the top of my head, this is the first time I think I've seen Godzilla like have that kind of an injury that he doesn't just like walk off right away.
Yeah, because he feel it's very visceral. And it looks like he's in pain because like this vine is just like, it ran through his hand. And it's a good looking fight, and like I said, anybody that's new to the series might find it a little bit boring because it's just a back and forth, and there's not a lot of movement between the monsters just because of Biolante's basically immobile design, which I can understand that criticism, especially from a newcomer to the series.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like I wonder why, or I wonder if that's why they added the scene where suddenly Biolante just charges because, like, yeah, well, it would just be easy to walk away from this thing otherwise. But like, we got to show that it's got some mobility to it, and you know, say what you will, like that scene where it just starts charging towards like the camera, like all of a sudden, it's like, wow, okay, that's not what I don't think anybody expected to see, and that's you know, it definitely adds a little bit more to the scarier element of what is this thing and what can it do.
Exactly. I'd mentioned earlier that this has actually interesting human characters, and I think this might be one of the better Godzilla movies to have in terms of characters because they're interesting. This is the introduction of Miki Sagusa, who is a regular throughout the rest of the Heisei era. There is the doctor who creates Biolante, who he's not a mad scientist. He's not a Victor Frankenstein or something you'd see out of an old Universal monster movie. Who's just like, I must revive the monster. You know,
Yeah.
he is conscious of what he's doing, and he's doing it. He's doing it out of like preservation of his daughter's spirit, which makes it interesting because she was killed by a bomb in a genetics lab in it's Saradia. It's like a fake country in the Middle East. It's probably supposed to be Saudi Arabia. So his character is interesting, and the motive that he cites for creating Biolante is not necessarily one you can dismiss or one that's just like, whatever, it's just a monster movie. It's actually intriguing to watch and pay attention to.
There's like, yeah, a little bit of understanding why he's doing this. Like he's I don't know, like grief a little bit kind of like carries him into this thing. It's like, well, we have to preserve this. We have to try and like put her spirit in some kind of like, at rest, I guess. But like it's not something that he's developing out of like anger. It's something that he's trying to genuinely genuinely do correct, and it just gets away from him basically. Like it's too much, you know, when you start having all these unstable things that Godzilla sells and all this other stuff. Like there's no way to predict how that would have gone, and you know, but you don't fault the guy for trying when you're watching this one.
And let's see. The military aspect, I guess, because there's a military commander who is in charge of the Super X2, another carryover from that makes the Heisei series, more impactful, I guess you could say. The military it feels obligatory, I guess, because they need to have military fight scenes against Godzilla. But I don't necessarily feel that the officer character is generally all that interesting. And then I can't remember what he is, but there's like this like couple that are like going to study in the U.S., but the main intriguing character that you connect with, that you identify with, is the scientist who creates Biolante, and that is where I find a lot of genuine enjoyment from the human characters, which you can't always say about a Godzilla movie. And so that's why I rank this so highly, and think it is kind of the perfect Godzilla movie.
Yeah, it definitely feels more complete because you do have interesting human characters. Because I mean, a lot of times watching these movies, like you're there for just the monsters, and like everything in between can kind of feel like it drags or there's not really much interesting. It's just to get you from point A to point B. But this one, like the plot threads that are going on with the human characters are also interesting enough to follow on their own, and you can see how it affects what eventually ends up happening with the monsters. And it is one of the more well done ones, definitely.
Exactly. I we have we have a few movies to talk about, so I think we should move on to Mechagodzilla 2, which is your favorite, if I remember, of the Heisei series.
Yeah, that was a good one. Mechagodzilla 2. First of all, like anytime Mechagodzilla shows up, you know they're looking for like a main event. You know, Mechagodzilla has been in every established Godzilla canon except for like Shin Godzilla, the one-off kind of thing. But like every era has had its Mechagodzilla, including the legendary, most recent, the MonsterVerse.
Who'd have thought
But
that
like,
would ever happen?
yeah, that was one of the worst kept secrets at the time, but it was still it delivered. Like they only bring out Mechagodzilla when they want to deliver like a main event, and for me, this movie is it is that. Like there's enough going on with the human characters to keep you intrigued because all of the human plot points also tie in with the the monster plot points for a couple different reasons. Obviously, you mentioned Miki. She's again in this one, but this one it's established that she has a connection to. There's a baby Godzilla that they get a hold of this egg, and it hatches, and she kind of like imprints on the baby, and that's something that would last pretty much throughout the rest of the series. But there's also like a lot of human interaction with Mechagodzilla because in this continuity, Mechagodzilla is a man-made creation. It's not like an alien from space or any of that kind of thing. So they end up creating Mechagodzilla as a way to thwart Godzilla if he ever comes back. And the interesting thing is they take canon from the previous movie where it's parts from Mechaghidorah, and they use like that technology to form Mechagodzilla. So it's like you don't need the last movie to appreciate this one, but if you watch it, there's enough little stuff there to make you be like, oh, okay, I see where they got all this, and it explains how they can make such an advanced piece of machinery because they're using future technology that they just found like from a previous battle, and all this is going on. I haven't even mentioned Godzilla yet, but we said he's searching for his offspring at this point because there's a scene where like Godzilla is like searching the city for the baby where we know where the baby is, but Godzilla doesn't, so he's tearing through everything. There's enough monster action with Rodan, who shows up, called Radon in this one because they didn't translate it to be Rodan in any version that I've ever seen. So that threw me off at first. I'm like, why are they saying that? Like, it's weird. But and then at the end you get the big fight between Super Mechagodzilla, which is basically just Mechagodzilla with like a backpack gun thing, Garuda.
Yep.
And it's like there's just a lot. Like I've just described it in probably the sloppiest way possible, but there's a lot, and it does from beginning to end. Like it escalates, and you do get a good sense of cohesive plot, and it does end with Godzilla being reunited with the baby and being sent off somewhat peacefully.
Yeah, this isn't my favorite of the Heisei series. I think it's kind of like middle of the road for me. I find the humans to be a little less interesting, or a little. I find them a little bit more boring than some of the higher points of the Heisei series.
Sure. Yeah.
The biggest thing I wish they would have done, because they introduced a new scientist character, Asuza, I think her name is, and she's the one that takes care of the baby Godzilla once it hatches, the baby Godzilla imprints on her as well as Mickey. But I wish that the Asuza character wasn't there, so that Mickey could actually have that connection with the baby, and it would have been a more it would have made what happens later on with Space Godzilla and especially in Destroya a bit stronger, I think. Not that Asuza is a bad character. It's just that later on, which I don't know how much they planned this, but later on in the Heisei series, with the power of hindsight, it would have been thematically and storytelling wise a bit more impactful if it had been Mickey who had taken care of the baby.
That does make sense, because when you have two characters effectively fulfilling the same purpose and just one of them doesn't come back, you almost ask yourself, like, well, what was the point? Like, why was that one there?
Yep.
But yeah, like, I mean, the human characters in this one, like, apart from Mickey, like, I don't remember a ton about any of them. They were kind of just there to, propel the plot towards, the Mechagodzilla fight and all this other stuff. But, like, there was enough overlap between the monster stuff. Like, there's the initial fight with Rodan prior to, like, any of this stuff happening. And then Rodan later in the movie comes back as a different form, which ends up superpowering Godzilla. Because, again, Godzilla is at one point defeated by Mechagodzilla, but then
he's outright
Rodan,
killed, yeah.
Yeah, Rodan eventually just, there's a scene where it effectively, like, transfers his energy to Godzilla and, like, superpowers him again, and now you have a overlooked kind of Godzilla form where he just comes back. I think, is this one where he's sparkling? Is this the one where he's, or is that?
Yeah, this is the one where they basically bought all the glitter in Japan and just like threw it on the set. And
yes, okay.
And
this
Toho
Godzilla does.
I bet that Toho is still finding, or Toho employees are still finding glitter from that movie, because glitter never goes away. It's been 30 some years, almost 30 years. Yeah, it'll be 30 years this year. And I'm sure they're still finding glitter from that scene of the movie, because if they aren't, they have the best cleaning crew in the world.
Some guy that was on set that day is going to pull that pair of shoes out of his closet and it's just glitter all over the floor. But yes, so that form of Godzilla does actually have, like, a name and a bit of a following from what I've seen online, but it shows up very briefly at the end of this movie and supercharges the atomic blast, and so there is the big monster fight at the end. Rodan serves a purpose, and he's not just in there earlier in the movie to get into a fight with Godzilla for no reason. Like,
he's not a jobber in this movie.
Yeah, like we would have seen maybe in previous movies where, Godzilla might beat up a big spider or something earlier in the movie before fighting the main proper bad guy of the movie. Like, this one, there's a little bit of an arc for Rodan. So, it's good to see familiar monsters, because these are all established names. It's not a new creation for the Heisei era, apart from the baby, who, like, I mean, you don't have to think too hard about what that is, but, these are classic Godzilla monsters put in a situation, in a scenario where they haven't been before. It's different versions, so you have a much leaner, smaller Rodan. You have a much more, like, a good guy, Mechagodzilla, who's there to protect instead of just take over the world. And it's interesting. It's different from what we've seen previously. And like I say, the human characters maybe not the greatest, but everything they're doing ties in with everything that's going on elsewhere in the movie at the same time. So there's really no disconnect as far as I can remember. So I mean, I was happy with this one.
Sure. I find Rodan. I don't know if this is my favorite Rodan design or if the Monsterverse, because I really like the King of the Monsters design for Rodan.
The Lava Rodan, yeah, he's cool. I like that one too.
But this one I've always had a bit of a soft spot for. I like the more pterodactyl-esque design of it. It doesn't take it to the extreme that Singular Point does.
Yes.
Because that's just a pterodactyl. That's a straight up pteranodon. But I like the role that he plays, because they find the Godzilla egg next to an already hatched egg, and I don't remember. Were they saying that Rodan was basically like a cuckoo bird that lays its eggs in another nest so that it is taken care of?
Yeah, something to the effect of, like, it was described that it was compared to like a real world bird that basically just like either inhabits the nest of another species or vice versa, something like it takes its own eggs to or takes eggs into its own nest, some form of that going on where it becomes very territorial and possessive of another creature's eggs. And this is what starts the initial fight with Godzilla and Rodan because this is Godzilla's egg and Rodan has like taken it or done whatever. So you do get a reason for them fighting. It's not just they kind of both walk up and occupy the same space at the same time like you're used to from like King Kong versus Godzilla in the 60s where they just kind of walk up to each other and start fighting. Like this is there's reasons.
Yeah. I think what the main scientist character asserts that they're like half brothers or something like that the baby and Rodan, because they were born from the same nest, are like half brothers, which is it's an interesting way of interpreting that like biology or that physiology of the monsters. I don't know if I technically like that idea, but I the reason as to why Rodan is at the final battle to begin with, it's basically just a way for Rodan to supercharge Godzilla into his glitter form, his pre-Super Saiyan form. I don't know how else to describe it. It's like that. It's like that pseudo Super Saiyan form that Goku has in one of the early movies before the Frieza saga, before the Namek saga.
We can call it Kaioken Godzilla. That's fine. But
it is his Kaioken form. Yeah.
The psychological element of like the two of them being, as far as like half related or somewhat of a sibling relationship, like there's enough of the imprint thing going on there. So like there's no reason why a baby Godzilla would imprint on a human, but it does. So like I'm like, all right, I can kind of wash over the fact that he would also probably imprint on a Rodan too. Like, why not? Let's just go with it. That's just something they do. So that didn't really stick out to me as like unusual. But yeah, it's definitely weird thinking about it. I'm like, all right, well, they shared a nest, I guess, but like, why would this happen? Kind of.
Sure. Mechagodzilla. We haven't talked about him yet. This is a very divisive design. It's not quite as shunned as like the anime trilogy design, which I don't like that design. I like the Mechagodzilla city concept design, or the idea of it is an interesting way to do it. I like that, but the actual like Swiss Army knife Mechagodzilla, like I don't know how to describe it. It basically just looks like you took a Swiss Army knife, took out all of like the knives and the bottle openers and the can openers and like the corkscrew, and then like the flint stick, and just like make this into Godzilla. And they're like, okay, and it's not a great design. I don't like it.
If it weren't for seeing images online, I would have no idea what Mechagodzilla even looks like in that franchise, because the only thing I remember is Mechagodzilla City. But like I think you only see like the actual blueprints of the monster version like once or twice throughout that whole anime.
In the movie beforehand, in the Planet of the Monsters, you only see him then. In the second one, City on the Edge of Battle, all you see is his head, which looks like the Millennium Falcon.
Yeah, like I would have no idea what that even looked like if it wasn't for that. So like, yeah, I have no attachment to that design whatsoever. Like this one, like I didn't know particularly that it was like divisive or anything, because this is the one, like everyone thinks of the classic still, the 70s one. I think that's still what people think of with Mechagodzilla, because it's kind of the most classic design with that angular like head shape and like the protruding like nostrils and the angry looking eyes and all that stuff with a big hook thing on top of his head.
Yep.
And this one is like a much more rounded. It looks like this is the child-proof Mechagodzilla, where like you could let a kid play with it and it's not going to hurt himself on all the sharp edges.
Yeah.
But like this is also like Trendmaster's Mechagodzilla too, the action figure, like with the big red button. Like, so this was the one I had as a kid, and probably why, when I saw it years later in a movie, I'm like, so that's where they got this design. Okay.
That's actually an interesting point that you brought up. I was born in the early 2000s, 2003. So Trendmasters was like out of business before I was even born.
Probably, yeah. I think they're long gone.
But before this, before all the movies were readily available in the early 2000s, Trendmasters was making toys of this. They were making toys of Space Godzilla, Mecha Godzilla, and Mecha King Ghidorah and Biollante. And you're like, what the hell are these? Why is there a blue Godzilla with crystal shoulder pads? Why does Mecha Godzilla look like Arnold? why is there Mecha King Ghidorah? What the hell is this from? And so you and I have actually talked about this in one of the podcasts that we've done.
Yeah.
But you were saying that it's like, oh, so this is where Space Godzilla, this is where XYZ is from. And, and that's
they were just
that's a really interesting piece of history.
I thought these were just total inventions of a toy company because it was the 90s and that's what they did. Every Batman toy was gold or green or something and had a different, gimmick that Batman just simply never used.
And then there was Hawaiian Michelangelo or whatever from TNT. Yeah, exactly.
All this stuff. I'm like, all right, well, these are just different. Like, there's Mechagodzilla. Mm-hmm. I know what Mechagodzilla is, at least. This is a different
weird,
version.
But whatever.
Well, why? Yeah, well, why not have Mecha Ghidorah? Sure. Mm-hmm. And then why not have this weird plant monster and this, like, Space Godzilla? Like, who knows anything about this? And I'm thinking, like, okay, but where's my guy again? Where's, like, Hedorah or something, like a monster that I know and remember. Mm-hmm. And then all these years later, I'm like, oh, okay. They're taking monsters from movies that I didn't know even existed and just making toys of them, which is an interesting business practice because I think they probably would have maybe been better off selling at least the ones that kids would have known from, the VHS tapes that somebody had laying around. But it didn't stop me buying them. I was just making up my own stories. I'm like, I don't know who any of these are, so we're just gonna wing it.
Yeah.
But yes, that was my first exposure to this particular model of Mechagodzilla.
Mm-hmm. And I really like it. I think I kind of made the joke, why does Mechagodzilla look like Arnold? But this feels like it's, prime Arnold period. Predator was long gone, but Terminator 2 had just come out, and Kindergarten Cop was a few years later, and Batman and Robin was a couple of years after that. And so
we're still very much in an Arnold dominated era of film.
Yep. And so I really like the design. I love the bulkiness, and it's not quite as packed to the brim with crazy design or crazy weapons as the 74 design is, where it's like literally every spike is some sort of loaded missile.
Yeah.
And this one is much. It's sleeker. It isn't like super riveted because the 74 one was basically like a train where you can see all the rivets of where they might have like put panels together. And I like the way it looks a lot. And what's interesting is that the suit, it's the history of Godzilla suits is that they were all heavy and difficult to work in, which they were. The Mechagodzilla suit was made of some sort of like fiberglass plastic, I think, or something like that.
Okay.
And so it was actually a really, really easy suit to work with because it was so light. It was basically just a plastic shell that the actor would walk in. So he must have had a nice, easy time with that compared to Satsuma, who was in the Godzilla suit.
Especially when they whacked the backpack on the Garuda, and they're like, thankfully the suit's not very heavy because you do have this giant cannon thing that you have to wear too. So, hopefully that was lightweight too. But that was also something I thought was cool. Is like the Garuda was its own separate attachment, so it was just like this thing doesn't really function without Mechagodzilla, at least not properly. Like you're combining the two elements, and then you have basically this ultimate super weapon, which again, continuity wise, like we've seen Super X 1 and 2 at this point. Like we know that they're developing constant, upgrades and different things to thwart these big monsters. And so Mechagodzilla is like the natural step when you consider the last movie where they're like, oh, we can just, piecemeal this Mecha Ghidorah thing together and just use what we can from this. Yeah. But I like this. I like this design. And, they would kind of move away from like the super smooth, rounded design when they eventually redevelop Mechagodzilla again for the Kiryu model. But yeah, like I don't know, it's tough for me to rank, where this would stand in my preferred Mechagodzilla designs because they all have their purpose to me, and they're all very distinct, separate models from each other. Like this one, despite it's called Mechagodzilla 2, which probably throws people off with the title because you would look at it and assume that this is the sequel to Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla if you didn't know what you were looking at. It's like, well, no, the monster's name is Mechagodzilla 2. So, in canon, like obviously in the movie, the canon, they don't know that there was a previous one. But like for us as viewers, we understand just by looking at the name that this is not the same thing as the previous one. And so if it looks different, who cares?
I'm kind of the opposite of you, where I definitely know my ranking of the Mechagodzilla designs. The 2003 version of Kiryu, the SOS version, I love the way it looks. I think you have the monster arch of that, right? The heavy arms.
The heavy arms with the drill hand and the backpack and stuff. Yeah, that's the only up until the MonsterVerse one. That's the only Mechagodzilla I have.
Lucky bastard! I want that thing so much.
Here's hoping they could re-release it at some point. I hope they do. It's a good figure.
I'm hoping what Bandai does is that they do that Shinagawa final. Now they're doing this final battle bullshit. First it was premium colors or special color edition. Now it's special final battle versions. Some hog shit.
Yeah.
But I'm hoping they release something like that with like a hypermazer effect, the same way they did the 2002 version with the damaged arm and chest and the absolute zero cannon. I'm hoping they do the same thing with the 2003 design, but a hypermazer effect.
Yeah, I mean, they got the molds and they can put them back out on the market. They did the same thing with Mecha Ghidorah, so anybody that didn't want to pay $500 or whatever can just buy this one now.
They can pay $300 instead.
Yeah, you get damaged wings now instead of the little Dorats, but it's whatever. It's enough for somebody who missed it the first time around. But I got the old one, so I don't care. But yeah, like I said, anybody that missed any of these, hopefully they get the chance to get them because that Kiryu is really nice.
So, but the 93 version, I do rank very highly. I like it a lot, and its origins, like you said, they basically reverse engineered the future tech from Mecha King Ghidorah from 91 and basically was like copy and paste it into the Mecha Godzilla frame almost. I don't know their process, but I mean it's a great way of interconnecting the movies and making the continuity that much better.
Yeah, which is an idea they'd revisit for the MonsterVerse, where they basically, I mean, it wasn't Mecha Ghidorah, but they basically had a version of Ghidorah powering their version of Mecha Godzilla, and to disastrous effect, of course. This time around didn't work out so well, but yeah, it's just these concepts that they came up with all these years ago are still kind of relevant in the modern canon.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't have much else to say about this one. This isn't my favorite of the Heisei series. I enjoy it enough, and the monster action is okay. It's well paced, I'll give it that. Godzilla shows up relatively quickly, and he shows up pretty consistently, like every 15 or so minutes. He not always fighting a monster, because a good portion of the second act is Godzilla stomping through Japan trying to find his offspring. And this is actually where you get some really fantastic matte shots of real life city stuff, real life city footage with Godzilla superimposed in the back, and it actually looks really, really great. This movie has some of the best integration of live action to effects, tokusatsu effects footage that you'll probably find in the entire series, because Kawakita was in charge of the effects, and he did a really great job with a lot of those.
Yeah, you get plenty of Godzilla in this movie, which is pretty much what you're paying for anyway, which I mean, that's always good. He's always either if he's not fighting something, he's causing destruction. So great, see that. Like I say, if you're a fan of Mechagodzilla in any form, like there's plenty of him in this movie too. Like Mechagodzilla is a big team or a big main event player, so like when he shows up, it's a big deal, and it feels like a big deal when you finally see him fully powered with Garuda and stuff at the end of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody knows Rodan. Everybody can follow this plot very simply, and I think there's enough classic monster movie action in there for anybody that wants just Godzilla classic destruction, fight scenes, battles. Not. I was almost tempted to swap this one out with King Ghidorah, but I think I like this one more because it's a little more straightforward. Where King Ghidorah is like you're dealing with time travel and all these weird parallel situations where like, oh, okay, so they could do this, but then they moved Godzilla to a place where he was actually going to become better, more Godzilla. Like, why did they do that?
He was going to get Godzilla-rier.
yeah. It's like, okay, well, all right. And, that's a fun movie too, but I preferred this one over that, so this is the one I went with.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we forgot to mention the music. Ifukube makes one of his best soundtracks as far as I'm concerned, and he makes the best Mechagodzilla theme ever. And it opens the movie. There's a little epilogue, or not epilogue, prologue, where they set up G-Force. And I'm going to talk about G-Force and the JSDF when we talk about Gamera, because it's more applicable with Gamera. But they set up G-Force and what it does, and they set up how Mechagodzilla was made, because there's like a early CG like wireframe of Mecha King Ghidorah, and it's like, here's the maser cannon from his mouth, and here's the thrusters or whatever. Mm-hmm. And then it cuts to Mechagodzilla fully built in a hangar with a gosh dang fantastic main theme with one of my favorite title like crawls, or not title crawls, like a opening titles where it's like zooming in and then it's like solidifies and then goes whoop. I don't know how to describe it.
The 3D lettering effects of 90s classic stuff.
Yep, and that was a staple of the 90s Godzilla movies, and that is my favorite like title reveal of all time. I love the way it looks. It's a weird list to have, but believe me, I have it. But the music, it's very simple. I can play it by ear pretty well on the cello and on the piano.
Nice.
And Cap, you being more musically inclined than me, will probably be able to do more with than I ever could.
I have to listen to it. I have to go back and refresh my memory, but
it's basically just
I will do it.
It's basically just a scale. On the cello, it would be mostly on the G string, and that's in bass clef, but you can translate. You can translate that to piano easily enough. Mm-hmm. But it's basically a scale, but it's like it's simple and it's effective and it's bombastic. It's got a lot of brass. It's got a lot of it's got a lot of bit of cello, not too much. A bit of viola, but not too much. But it just sounds fantastic. I love it, and it's my favorite, and I think the best Mechagodzilla theme. Special mention to the jazz that is the 74 theme, but I just love the 93 Mechagodzilla theme so much.
Special shout out to the Mechagodzilla boss fight theme from 1990s Godzilla Nintendo game, because that one is ridiculous. But
yep.
It's like beepy boopy, like cyber sounding music that you can get on 8-bit.
Yep.
Some good themes on that Nintendo game, but Mechagodzilla always sticks in my head for sounding so unlike all the others. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But you got to give the shout out to the opening theme. And since you mentioned like the opening title like graphics, like I think there could be no greater title graphic transition than to the Destroya movie that we got coming up at some point here.
Oh yeah, I like the simplicity of the Mechagodzilla one a lot, but the Destroya one is like a standout. Mm-hmm. Well, actually, we can talk about Destroya now, unless you have anything else to say about Mechagodzilla too.
No, I think I've pretty much said what everything I like about the Mechagodzilla. I would say worth your time if you got some urge to watch a good Godzilla movie. This one's got enough to keep you entertained throughout the whole thing.
I'd agree. Now, the what I think you and I would probably agree is the best Heisei Godzilla movie, if I remember your intro into the episode.
Yes, I have a hard time picking my personal favorite, but this one, like, I would say arguably, like, they really locked in their craft, and everything about this movie, like, is as well done as I've seen in any of these movies. And plot wise, effects wise, there's very little to be critiquing here. This is just really well done. I like this one a lot.
Yeah, I well said. I couldn't have said it better myself. I I mentioned at the top of the episode too that this was one that I watched a lot as a kid, which is interesting because it's a very horror inspired movie with Alien, especially Alien.
Yeah, inspired is kind.
It is a kind way of saying plagiarize. I mean, taking inspiration from.
Sure, yeah.
But Godzilla's design is fantastic. It's my favorite of the Heisei designs. It is basically just a redone, Heisei base Heisei design with the glowing dorsal plates and burning patches.
Yeah.
But the music is my favorite of the Heisei, also done by Ifukube. Destroya is unbelievably menacing, and his opening when he steps out of the refinery and there's this big explosion and the music's just like in like forte, and it's a well done end to a really good series of movies. And it's an earned, well done ending as well with Godzilla, with the Requiem scene.
Yeah, there's special shout out to Burning Godzilla, which is a very standout design and one of my personal favorites, and possibly the first time. Probably the first time in any of these movies, continuity wise, up till this point, that we've seen Godzilla look markedly different. Like the
At least because of a story reason. At least because of an actual narrative.
yes, true.
Yeah.
So he there's a reason why all of a sudden he's like glowing orange and why he's like steaming everywhere he walks. So he's just like constantly like leaving a trail of steam behind him. But yeah, like you said, like there's a well-deserved ending to this movie that isn't even just necessarily for this movie. Like if you followed the last like 3 or 4 movies with the story of like baby Godzilla and Junior and the little Godzilla and then Junior and then finally now with the way this movie ends. But it like I say, this feels like a true series because if I can go back to I guess like Dragon Ball, like you've seen the characters grow and turn into different better forms of themselves as they progress, and you always got that final battle, that main event like boss level fight with the new big bad guy who's better than the last big bad guy, and you got to figure out how to beat him now.
Yep.
And even in this movie, like Destroya takes on several different forms because it's like that's what it is. It's basically like just an organism that keeps evolving, which we'd later see I guess more of in Shin Godzilla in some way. But it's like when you finally see the final version of Destroya and it just looks like huge Satan basically. Like it's just awesome looking bad guy monster design. Like I love it.
Yeah, you had mentioned forms and stuff. Yeah, going back to Dragon Ball, this is the Frieza of the Godzilla series.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I mean, his base form, he has like aggregates or just little like crab monsters that are knockoff xenomorphs from Aliens, but
Yes.
I mean, they're effective for what they are. And the way they're shot and the scene they're introduced in that like office, like industrial building or whatever it is.
Yeah.
It's actually really intense. There's no music until they show up. They have a really horrifying design, at least for a Godzilla monster, because they're basically crabs but scary. And they have like a teeth gritting like roar it doesn't sound right. It sounds almost painful, I guess. I don't know.
I remember the scene like with where you first kind of like draw the parallel to Aliens, where it's like there's a character I think stuck in a car, and one of the things like sticks its head in, and like then the extra jaw extends out, and I'm like, okay, well that's where they're, that's where we were saying before, where it's you know, inspiration is, you know, that's putting it loosely, but later on through the movie, like Destroya gets bigger and meaner until it eventually finally like fleshes out into its final appearance. And like the hook of this movie is that like at the end of it, Godzilla's gonna die. Like, even going into this movie, like a lot of the marketing and everything, even in the US, like I remember people talking about this, I guess, like after I went back and kind of like figured out that these movies existed. I was like kind of looking at 90s like news reporting that was going on about Godzilla at the time, years later, and I'm like, did they mention any of this? And it turns out they actually did. Like people on the entertainment shows and stuff were like, oh yeah, and in Japan Godzilla's gonna die in this movie. And I don't know that you really saw much of that like anywhere. But going in, I guess audiences were pretty much planning on Godzilla dying, which is interesting.
Well, the poster literally says in like hiragana or whatever, it's like Godzilla dies, and I watched the video by Big Action Bill, and he does like retrospectives, like 30 to 40 minute retrospectives on
I've
Godzilla
seen some
movies.
of his. I know I've come across that channel before. I've seen a few of those.
I'd recommend all the Godzilla stuff. Every time he drops a new Godzilla episode, I'm just like, click. But in his Destroya one, he was saying that Toho actually like had giant banners on buildings that said Godzilla dies, and it was treated as like this big main event of a movie, because it was going to be the final one. It wasn't going to be the final movie, but like the publicity and the actors were told, hey, this is the final one. And so Godzilla dying was kind of falls towards the later end of when like character deaths were a big deal. The death of Superman, death of Robin from the Joker. It comes a little bit later because I think those were in the 80s, if I remember right.
Robin, Jason Todd was late 80s, but Superman I think was like 92, because DC was doing, it was like Nightfall too at the time, where like Bruce Wayne was injured, and so they had a different Batman, and it was like there was a lot like changing of the status quo. So all that was big at the time.
And so like this was a big deal, because I know what news reports you're talking about, because I think it was like CNN was saying that Godzilla's final outing will be a memorable one, and they're talking about how Godzilla's going to die, and they're talking about the Destroyer, and so even in the US it was kind of not a big deal, but like it was known that like this major character was going to die, which is actually kind of interesting, because like you said, the movies hadn't been imported into the US until the 2000s, early 2000s, when Sony had the relationship with Toho.
Yeah, that was what was interesting to me, is because like I would have, at the time, if this was 95, I would have been very interested to learn about all this, but like it just totally passed me by, and I didn't know about it until years later. But it's just at that age, at that time, to try and even like to see that, wait a minute, they're still doing these Godzilla movies, and now they're doing one where he's going to die. Like, what is happening? What am I missing?
Yep.
And just I would have, again, no internet, no nothing. I would have been sitting there frustrated that I don't know. But like that big part of the marketing was like contingent on like, and he's going to die, so get ready for that.
Exactly. I mentioned with Biollante that the human elements are well integrated with the monster elements, and I think that applies perfectly with Destroya. Miki Sagusa takes a much bigger role, because she's actively looking for Godzilla, now Godzilla Jr. But the last time we saw him, he was a cute little monster that you just want to give the tightest hug to, because he's so cute. Did I mention he was cute?
It's
but
very juxtaposing watching like he gets stuck into crystals and Space Godzilla just like kicking this little thing. Like, yeah,
it's basically like it'd be like Brock Lesnar fighting like Hornswoggle or something. It's like that doesn't feel right.
yeah,
But Godzilla Jr. is now evolved, and so Mickey Sagusa is following him or trying to find him. Godzilla is burning up from absorbing both Rodan's energy, or at least that was the catalyst of him burning. In this movie, Godzilla and Junior's home island like blew up or something, or there was like a uranium thing, and Godzilla absorbed all that energy, and so now he's got too much power, and it's got to go somewhere, and so they think he's going to blow up initially, and he's going to like sink to the bottom of the earth and blow up, which leads to a really interesting CG graphic or CG rendering of it. And then they reevaluate and say, no, he's just going to melt down and just like destroy the atmosphere of the earth. And so there's like genuine stakes, because if they don't fight Godzilla, he's going to blow up. But if they attack him, he's going to blow up. And so that's when the Destroyer comes in, and his origin is extremely well thought of, because he is not made, but he's resurrected. The little Destroyer crustaceans are resurrected by the Oxygen Destroyer, and it gets mutated by the Oxygen Destroyer, and is on a collision course with Godzilla. And the humans are like, well, this monster is the Oxygen Destroyer, or the product of one. The Oxygen Destroyer killed Godzilla in '54. Let them fight. And it's a well thought through reason as to why they would want the monsters to fight. And thematically, it's very poetic how the first movie is responsible for the final movie of this series. It was originally going to be Ghost Godzilla, but Mecha Godzilla, Space Godzilla, Ghost Godzilla, they didn't want to have 3 Godzilla clones in a row.
Yeah, they made the right call with Destroyer. Like, it's like at this point, another Godzilla just would have felt watered down, and what you got in terms of like the monster design and everything is just much cooler.
Exactly. Although I'm not. Are you aware of the, or have you seen any of the concepts for what they were going to do with Ghost Godzilla? Because I think some of them would have been really, really interesting if they had gone through with it.
I feel like I've come across them, but nothing springs to memory right now. But
because the main one people cite is the spirit of '54 would come back. I don't know if it would have been like a GMK situation where it's like, Japan wants to forget the war crimes during World War II. I don't know if that would have been I'm not sure if that's the reason for him coming back. But the spirit of the original Godzilla would basically inhabit Godzilla Jr., basically evolve him into the 54 or a ghost version of the 54 design.
Oh, okay.
And it would have had to fight Burning Godzilla. So I think either way, depending on how they did the Ghost Godzilla aspect, I think either one would have worked really, really well. But I'm very happy and I'm very satisfied with the one that they did go with Destroyer, because I really, it's poetic. It rhymes, as George Lucas says.
Yes, it rhymes. But yeah, Destroyer, like I say, great design, especially when you get to the end. It's just a hulking, menacing, giant, like demonic-looking thing that's, even when you see it, like when you first kind of see it in that form, I don't even think Godzilla's around yet, because it's fighting the Junior Godzilla, and just the size difference there. Like, he's picking Junior Godzilla up and flying around, carrying him. And like he drops him from like some great height and ends up killing him, because the Junior Godzilla is not equipped to deal with this. So that's what eventually ends to there's like, I guess, the catalyst of Godzilla eventually like becoming supercharged. I think there's like a grief element in there too. Like Destroyer gets like like some kind of a serious wound on Godzilla, because he hits him with like that horn thing. It cuts his shoulder open in his chest. Like Godzilla ends up like overpowering Destroyer. Destroyer tries to, I think, flee, and the military ends up actually being useful in these movies for the first time in recorded history,
Yep.
and like prevents it.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, like you said before, like regardless of how this battle ends, Godzilla's going to blow up, and that's something they've been saying like since earlier in the movie. Like his temperature is going to rise, and once it hits 1200 Celsius, like he's going to melt down, and the entire surface of the Earth will become like uninhabitable. So, they're dealing with a lot. They got a lot of pressure on them right now.
Yeah, and that's one point of contention that a lot of people have with the movie is that Godzilla doesn't deal the final blow to Destroya. I'm okay with it because at that point the visual or the emotional and visual component of that scene is Godzilla melting down.
Yeah.
But I'm not mad that Godzilla didn't get the final blow. I think what they probably could have, or maybe even should have done, is just have Godzilla basically do some sort of super breath, and basically like shoot a hole through Destroya or blow him up so that he does get the final blow, and then the military notices that he hit 1200 Celsius and is going to melt down. But as it stands with the final product, I'm not upset that Godzilla doesn't kill Destroya outright.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me either because I know that's pretty much been how the last couple movies have ended, where Godzilla does like get a superpowered version of his attack and he uses it and ends up pretty much winning for that reason. So like this one, having it end the way it did was fine, especially when you consider Godzilla is like seconds from death at this point. Like how much would an audience be expecting him to really do at this point when he's like 1 degree away from just melting? So, story-wise, it doesn't bother me that that's not what happened.
Well, we've mentioned it a few times. Godzilla's meltdown. I've said it a few times before, but that scene was like emotionally destroying for me, pun intended. But that scene, the melting down is like, it's like burned into my mind. I remember just like crying my eyes out when I was a kid watching it because like, I don't know, he's a character I like, that I care about, and he's melting down in glorious Japanese 90s CG fashion, which actually looks pretty good as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, like they do a good job of like hiding, I don't want to say flaws, but just hiding the limits of their technology because there's enough of a smoke screen in front of it. There's enough, the CG is going to be what it is, but there's enough lighting and smoke effects to kind of diminish that a little bit. And, it's an effective enough scene for, like anybody watching it to have some kind of a reaction to it. As you just said, you did, and going back and watching this one, it's very well done. Like I said before with the 85, 84 ending, where that one is just like, it's emotional to watch. This is certainly no different. I would, I wouldn't be mad at anybody who says this is more emotional than the 85 one because it's just something that is almost out of place for how well done it is in a movie like this.
Yeah.
But yeah, they did a great job. Like I said, this whole movie, they really went above and beyond, in my opinion.
Yeah. And even before Godzilla like physically like melts down and you see his body like decompose, the Requiem music starts playing, and Godzilla, he almost looks like he's frozen because of all the amount of like smoke and like fire and whatever that he's covered with as he's melting down, almost like he's like turning into ash almost. But the Requiem music starts playing, and it's probably Ifukube's best piece that he's ever written. I know in interviews he was saying that he felt like he was writing a piece for his own death, which makes it interesting because he's been around since 54.
Yeah, he's been a part of it for a long time.
Exactly. And so when he does melt down, and he almost like he doesn't roar, like he's roaring and you see his mouth open and he's moving around, but it's almost like he can't, cause it sounds like a muted lion's roar almost, because it's just like a gargling at that point. And it's It's grim and it's effective. We keep saying it's effective, but it really genuinely is.
Yeah, I mean, I think you'd be hard pressed to if somebody, especially if somebody like sat through this whole movie, let alone like a whole series of movies, and then this is what they're rewarded with at the end. Like it'd be hard to find somebody who wasn't impressed with the way they did this and wasn't somehow affected by it. You know, like there's a lot happening here.
So I personally think this is one of my favorites. It's in my top 5 for me at least. I think it's the best of the Heisei. I think, like you said, they went above and beyond with effects, with the story, with how they implemented the original and how they made it effective in this movie. It's a well-crafted movie that I think is a genuinely good, well-done movie. It goes above and beyond it's a good monster movie.
Yeah, absolutely. Like this is one of those ones that can exist outside of its genre and just be on somebody's like, best movies list, and you don't really like if you know what the movie is, you don't really like question it because you're like, I can see that. That makes a lot of sense. And as down as the ending seems like it is, they do offer you that bit of hope at the end where like suddenly like all of the radiation and all of the fallout and everything it starts dissipating and starts being absorbed into Junior, who we thought was dead, and he's now revived, and like there's a silhouette over a silent shot of just a new Godzilla. So all right, well, the world's going to be fine. Godzilla's going to be fine. Like, it's a good, interesting, kind of hopeful ending to this
It's
series.
bittersweet, yeah.
Yes.
So I highly recommend this movie, even to somebody who isn't a Godzilla fan. It might not be as emotionally gripping, I guess, if you haven't watched the Heisei series or aren't a fan of the character, but I think it's a well-done movie regardless.
Yeah, definitely. I'll co-sign that.
Well, that was Cap's and my top 3. Both, we had a little bit of overlap, which was convenient because we saved some time, but that was our top 3 Godzilla movies. Unless you have anything else to say, we can move on to the Heisei trilogy of Gamera movies.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited because these are all brand new to me as of like a month or so ago. Like Gamera was always that monster who I knew who he was, but never really paid any attention to because just never, the opportunity was never really there. But I finally watched the Heisei trilogy.
Well, before we do that, professionalism again, I have to go to the bathroom because I drink a lot of water. I drink too much water. So, again.
All right.
So, we are back, or at least I am back, now to discuss the Heisei Gamera trilogy, which I am more familiar with Gamera than you are, Cap. You were just saying that that Gamera was sort of in your peripheral, just sort of like osmosis, I'm guessing. So I'm outside of that. What is your history with Gamera? If there's any stories or any like specific details that you know of Gamera.
I knew very little. I knew just the name, and I had a rough approximation that it was a Godzilla-like monster that was more of a turtle than a dinosaur. But beyond that, I hadn't seen a single movie. From anything that I gathered up until Heisei stuff, so like Showa era Gamera, I guess, like from what I gathered, they were very similar in tone to like the sillier Godzilla movies, like a Megalon or a something like that, where the Son of Godzilla, for example, where there's like it's more kid focused, like something like that. That was my understanding of it. I don't know if that's true of those movies, but
it is.
Okay, yeah. So like they did carry some of that into these Heisei ones, but it's done. I think it was updated. I think to be a little more contemporary at the time. But some of the same themes that we talked about and some of the Godzilla ones we just talked about were, like imprinting upon a human, and stuff like that. And that's all right in here. You're gonna get some of that in these Gamera movies too.
Yeah.
So. And also, like, after watching these, I'm just like, Gamera is just a ridiculous monster. Like, he's just, like, flying around like a flying saucer with, like, jet propellers. And then he also has, like, napalm breath, and he also has like its chest opens up and shoots a laser, like whatever. And
That's
I'm
the
like,
least ridiculous part of him, okay?
yeah, yeah, and okay,
But
but
yeah,
yeah, these were fun. I like these three.
well, you're absolutely right about the Showa series and brief history about him. Gamera was made solely to bank off the success of Godzilla.
Okay,
This is extremely harsh to say, but Gamera has no artistic merit. Like there's no 54 is very direct as to why it was made. It is very heavily and obviously inspired by the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, as well as the effects of American nuclear testing in the Pacific, specifically the Castle Bravo test and the Lucky Dragon incident with the boat and the contaminated fish, and the like a second nuclear scare in Japan in the 50s. Gamera is not that. He is made solely to bank off of the success and popularity of Godzilla and giant monsters in Japan at the time. A year later, Ultraman would come out, which was created by Tsuburaya, who did the effects for the early Godzilla movies. And after Ultraman became extremely successful and popular, that's when monster content instead moved onto TV screens as opposed to the movie screens. And so I would say, just for the history, and I would say watch the first one because that is an okay monster movie. There is a bit of a nuclear element to it, but it's not the cause for Gamera. Gamera is a prehistoric monster that gets unleashed from the Antarctic by a nuclear bomb that was what was it? There were Russian planes that were flying over like U.S. occupied or U.S. territory in the Arctic, and they were shot down and they were carrying bombs, and it blew up. So it's more of a Cold War allegory, if you can say it's an allegory, but it's more of a response to the Cold War than it is to World War II. And so Gamera just wakes up and attacks Tokyo, and it's kind of it. I won't spoil the ending of how they deal with Gamera in case you do go watch it, but it's difficult for me to recommend the Showa series because it depends on what you're into. Would you consider yourself a Showa person, or like what would you say your favorite era of Godzilla is? Because that's a good place to start.
I mean, I don't know that I have any preference, but like it depends on my mood at the time. Sometimes with Godzilla I want to watch like Destroya or something that we just talked about. Other times I just want just bullshit, so I'll put on Megalon or something. Like
Yeah.
it depends.
Okay. Because for me personally, the Heisei series is my favorite. It's always been my favorite, even though some of the movies aren't that great or my favorite. The aesthetics are what make it work for me really well.
Yeah.
And so I really genuinely find it difficult to recommend anything outside of maybe the first Gamera and even maybe the second and the third, just because the second one is Gamera versus Barugon, not to be confused with Baragon.
Yes.
Barugon is the only Showa movie that doesn't have an annoying child character, and then the third one is Gamera versus Gauss, and that's the first movie that Gauss shows up, and that character or that monster plays a massive role in the trilogy. So
yes.
Just for that reason, I would say maybe check out the first three, but anything after that, I find it difficult to recommend. Find the MST3K versions of the Gamera and watch that, because that's probably the best way to watch it, because then you're laughing with them, you're laughing with the monsters and the robots making fun of them. But outside of that, I genuinely find it difficult to recommend because.
So would this be like the first one you said was just made as kind of like to capitalize on the original Godzilla stuff? Like, is this basically just like an asylum version of Godzilla where Is it that low integrity, or like, is there anything in here that later on somebody was like, we can find some soul in this, and then use it? Because I did notice, like, watching the '90s ones, like, there is heart to these movies, and it seems like this character, at least at one point, was beloved enough to like have somebody say, like, let's try again. These Godzilla ones people like, we can actually make these feel different enough where it doesn't feel like a rip off of Godzilla at that point.
Well,
So is that the case with the old ones?
well, that's the ridiculous part, is because this collection, the Heisei trilogy, is so far removed from the Showa series. It's ridiculous how the best way I can describe it is from Adam West to Keaton in terms of Batman.
Okay.
That's the best way I can describe it, because the Adam West TV series, special place in my heart, especially the Batman movie. I love it to pieces, but it's very kid friendly with all the bows and the pops and the Bat Tootsie and all the '60s, all the glorious '60s aesthetics. But then you go to Michael Keaton's Batman, and it's gothic, it's dark, harsh lighting, harsh shadows, some kind of graphic stuff with the gangster being reduced down to a skeleton, and it's kind of the same as far that I think that's the best comparison I can think of.
Gotcha.
So I wouldn't say they're exactly asylum movies because they were made by a legitimate film company.
Right.
They were made by an actual like recognized film company that was making some quality stuff at the time. It's just that the Gamera movies were a cheap buck, a way to make an easy, quick buck, and that shows. The effects are not great. All the suits feel like they lack detail. There's a monster called Guron, which is the knife head monster that you may recognize,
Okay.
or that you may like. You look at the picture and you're like, "Oh, I know that monster," but its eyes are literally just white circles with a black dot, and its teeth are literally just like stalagmites that just like stick up, and there's no detail to the monster suits. And Gamera looks worse and worse from movie to movie, and so. Outside of just some general knowledge and kind of completionism or at least understanding the origins of Gamera, I'd say watch the first one because it's actually an all right movie. Watch the second one because there is an annoying kid, and then watch the third for Gauss.
Because Gauss is like a main character. He's basically like, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
So that's as far as I would personally recommend. I find it difficult to watch the other movies without the MST3K commentary. So that, yeah. But the Heisei series, which I don't know what version you watched, but I watched this beautiful Blu-ray box set by Arrow Video. The Heisei series is absolutely 100% recommended for me, at least.
Yeah, the ones I watched, they were streaming. I forget where they were streaming, but it was the originals, subtitles, and it was, they were all there, so you could get through them all. You didn't have to pay. I think they were all free.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like I had seen, I don't know if it was that same collection that you just showed, but I had seen the trilogy in, I want to say it was like FYE years ago, and it was cheap, and like I had it in my hand. I was considering buy it, and then I just put it down. But this series has come recommended to me before, and like I said, I never. It wasn't that I ever like actively like avoided it or anything, but I just never got around to it yet.
Yep.
But then finally, like I said, within the last couple weeks, month or so, checked it out, and I could tell based on like what you just kind of confirmed for me, and based on like what my understanding of what Gamera was, like I could tell that any ties to that older stuff was more of like a wink and a nod, like we know, but this is different.
Mm-hmm.
So like a lot of the stuff with the more kid friendly elements like the imprinting and all that kind of stuff, like they did it based on what I understood, they did it differently enough where it didn't seem silly this time around. Like, and the movies themselves, the tone is they take it seriously enough where there are stakes in these.
But yeah, so the first movie is, you're absolutely correct with what you said. The first movie is Gamera, Guardian of the Universe, which I actually watched on VHS growing up. And
Oh, okay.
it was, I don't know who released or whatever, but that was the only trilogy movie I saw for a long time because the Gamera movies are actually surprisingly difficult to come by on home release outside of this newly released like Arrow box set of you can either get the whole series or you can get the individual Showa or Heisei era. This is the Heisei era because I don't want to burden me or anybody else to get me the Showa series. But Guardian of the Universe was a surprise hit in Japan because the last movie was basically just a glorified clip show. They did the Godzilla's Revenge.
Oh, they did that. Okay.
Yeah, where they just took clips from other movies and was just like, "Hey, it's a new movie, isn't it?" But it was done even cheaper than Godzilla's Revenge. And so, Guardian of the Universe was an unbelievably it wasn't a sleeper hit. It was a genuine hit in Japan when it came out, and won quite a few awards actually, which you don't normally see with monster movies. But it's because they handled the character and the concepts with respect and in a very serious manner that actually warranted the seriousness, which is something that some monster movies, like they take themselves seriously when they shouldn't, or they don't take themselves seriously when maybe they could have.
Yes. Okay.
So, Guardian of the Universe is, it goes above and beyond just a good monster movie. I think it's a genuinely well-made movie.
It's interesting when you said before that like the original one was done with like no artistic merit to it.
That's
or
just
very,
a bit,
or very little.
That's just a bit of hyperbole on my part, but I mean the later ones were done with no artistic merit.
Okay, gotcha. Because I was like, in watching this, I was wondering if like whoever was behind these movies was like almost retroactively like finding good qualities and saying like this is what it could have been all along if only somebody had cared. Mm-hmm. And now that we've had people who care, we're offering like it's a quality product, it's a good movie. Like I went into it knowing that I genuinely kind of like these kind of movies anyway, but like the first one, especially seeing the first one, I was kind of just like not sure what to expect on some of these. Mm-hmm. And, I watched them out of order because there's no law here in Apartment 9. But, like, going into the first one thinking, like, okay, if this were my first exposure to this character and this monster, would I care? Mm-hmm. And I was like, okay, yeah, that was well done. And it gives you enough of the back history to, even somebody like me who, like, I know what Gauss is. Mm-hmm. Like, I just, from, osmosis over the years, but, like, I don't know anything about the story or the history or... Yeah, like this thing with like a triangle head, kind of like I don't know, but like there was enough here to make me say like, yeah, okay, I genuinely would have enjoyed this at the time if I'd seen this because is this the same year as Destroya?
Yes, 95.
Okay, so was there like I don't want to say competition, but like was this like inspired by like the success of the Godzilla movies at the time and they're like we could do this with heart just as much as they're doing it?
Yeah, so the Heisei trilogy, similar to the Showa series, was done in a reactionary move by Daiei to capitalize off of the success of the Heisei period. The thing, and the whole trilogy was extremely successful. But what's interesting is that Toho owns a lot of movie theaters throughout Japan. So you may have noticed when you watched the movie that the Toho logo showed up because
I did notice, and I was wondering, yeah,
because they helped distribute the movie, and so Toho wins either way. They're basically the Disney of Japan. And so Toho, got a cut of the profits, but this was done as a reactionary move to the success of the Heisei series. Except in extreme contrast to the Showa series. Like you said, it was done with care, and it was done in an extremely effective way, and it works extremely well. I keep saying extremely, but it genuinely, it is a fantastic set of movies, and Guardian of the Universe is just like a perfect entry point. And I think it would be a great way to introduce somebody not just to Gamera, but to giant monsters in general, because it's approachable. It's, how long is this movie? It's only 90 minutes long. The effects are great. The monster action is great. The characters are interesting, and it's just a good package deal, really.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that, especially because this one is approached as the first. You know, like, you don't, when you walk into, let's say, you know, Godzilla 84 or 85, like, that one, as much as they're approaching it as something brand new, you still need to have some knowledge going into it of, you know, the movie does fill in some of the gaps for you, but it is effectively like following up on a pre-existing thing, whereas this one is like, we're starting new, we're starting fresh, and we're running with it.
Exactly. So, what do you think of Gamera as a monster, as a character?
Well, like I said, he's very ridiculous with all of his powers and everything, but I like, you know, the design, especially in these movies, and it does vary a little from movie to movie, but I like the design. I think the like, just the range of powers and everything it's a lot to keep up with if you're not familiar already with the character. And it's even something that comes up in the second or third movie, where they're just kind of like, we have no idea what this thing can really do, and we should probably be on our guard. Like, that's
Excuse me.
yeah, sure, that's something that, like, you know, I can almost understand why they would say that. So I'm like, yeah, like, how do I know this thing can't do like 20 other ridiculous things? So, but you know, I like what I've seen, you know, of the character from these couple movies.
Well, the abilities are not far removed from the Showa series, because the only difference, at least in this movie, because he gains some new powers in the subsequent movies, the only difference is that in the original movies, he has a flamethrower instead of just like a plasma ball.
Oh, okay.
So I'm guessing that's just because it's easier to just put a flamethrower in the suit of a you know, the head of a monster suit, as opposed to actually like animating or doing some sort of like super some sort of post-production.
Yes. Okay.
Because the Showa movies were made a dime a dozen, essentially. And so the abilities and the characteristics of Gamera are not changed, but the backstory is, because in this, Gamera is a byproduct, or is theorized to be a byproduct, of the lost city of Atlantis, which is a bit off-putting. You know, it's not a monster created by nuclear weapons, or it's not a prehistoric animal. It's a bioengineered weapon. And not only is it a bioengineered weapon, but it's a response to Gauss, which is also a bioengineered weapon by the Atlanteans. And so it's kind of fixing the mistakes of their scientific curiosities, I guess you could say.
Yeah, so if I remember correctly, and again, I watch these once a piece in very quick succession, so I'm going to do my best to try and remember what happens in which movie, but like, Gauss is basically developed as by these ancient civilizations, and it got out of hand, and now they need a way to like crowd control this thing that they inadvertently came up with, and so that's what Gamera is.
Yeah, you're right. He's the crowd control monster. He was made to keep the Gauss in check and basically eliminate them. And the characters theorize that the reason why they're in modern day is because Atlantis sank into the ocean, and like their food source was gone, and so they basically hibernated. Or were in some sort of suspended animation for however many years, and Gamera was enclosed in some sort of atoll in the middle of the ocean. that for him to reawaken once the Gauss come back and start wreaking havoc. So yeah, I mean, it's an out there story for something that's taken very seriously, or it's a very out there concept for something that's taken so seriously. But the way they do it is like it's tastefully done, or as tastefully done as you can do something like this. And I find Guardian of the Universe to be one of the best monster movies ever made, if I'm being perfectly honest.
Yeah, it seems like a fair argument. Like I said, I have very little negative to say about this movie. I can't think of anything off the top of my head that I would have been like, that's dumb, or like that's I would change this or that. Like this one on its own, I think it stands. It's a strong movie. It gives you enough of the backstory to understand kind of what you're dealing with, and it gives you, the big monsters fighting at the end, which is ultimately what you're going to want. And interestingly enough, like with the Godzilla franchise, you do get continuity that bleeds into later movies. So like the same character that Gamera imprints on in this movie, like that is revisited, like particularly in the third movie, like it's almost beat for beat when a different character and a different monster have this same kind of arc. But even like Gauss remains like a constant thing in the rest of the trilogy. And just like these seeds that they plant in this movie, like they continue to grow and pay off later on in the trilogy. So this, much like the Godzilla ones, like this feels like a coherent series.
And you'd mentioned the character having the connection with Gamera. The character, her name is Asagi. The only reason I know that is because I actually looked up the actress, because I had read somewhere that she wasn't like a multi-citizen person of Japan and the U.S. because she's fluent in English and Japanese, and she lived in Los Angeles for a while. That's not that interesting. It's cool, but it's not that interesting. What's interesting about her is her father. I don't think anybody would ever guess this in a million years, but her father is Steven Seagal.
What? Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
All right.
When I looked up her Wikipedia, because Wikipedia is the home of all information.
Yes, accurate and else.
I was looking her up on Letterboxd first, and I was reading her bio, and it said she's also the daughter of Steven Seagal, and I almost did a spit take, and I was like, "There's no way that's true." And then I look her up on Google, her parent listed under parents Steven Seagal. It's like, no way. And so I don't know how to exactly process that. I mean, it's not that big a deal, but that's the last person you'd expect the star of the Gamera trilogy's father to be.
Yeah, well, like I don't know who I would expect to be tied in with that. Like,
not Steven Seagal.
Yeah, not something I would have ever thought about. But now that it's there, I'm like, that's outrageous. It's crazy.
So, but Asagi is she's sort of the Miki Sagusa of the Gamera trilogy. Where the scientists, once the Gamera's atoll is found, they find these curved, like comma-shaped jewels that that are littered all over the platform, and she is given one as a gift, and it glows sort of like like an orangish color, and that's sort of like the beginning of her connection with Gamera, and she almost acts as like a priest. The closest thing I can think of is the Martian from Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster, sort of like a prophetic, not messiah.
Oh yes,
not a messiah, but like a some sort of prophetic character, I guess. And so, when Gamera is injured, she's injured in the same spot. They go out of their way to show like Gauss using his beam to slice Gamera open in like the arm, and then it cuts to Asagi, and she grabs her arm, and there's blood coming from the same area, and it humanizes the monster, but not in a way that diminishes its power, which is something that a lot of monster movies, when they introduce some sort of intelligence or some sort of characteristics that are more than just a monster's characteristics, it lessens them in some way. That's not the case with this trilogy, and I commend them for that, because that's something actually that's fairly difficult to do with a monster.
Yeah, like I don't want to see Godzilla acting more human. I dare say like Kong is pushing it. Like that's about as close as you could get.
Mm-hmm.
Like with what they've done recently, where he's very much still a monster, but he does have some understanding of like humans and like that kind of thing. But like
He's
this
signing with
one,
them, yeah.
yeah, like this one, you understand Gamera is it's very much still its own thing. It's a monster, but it just has this attachment to this human character, and it's almost like the other way around, where like the human is more so in the shoes of the monster, and not the other way around, because she's the one now suffering all these bodily injuries because Gamera's out there fighting and like all this other stuff going on. But yeah, like they did a good job of like tying the two characters together without making it seem like okay, he's good now. He's on our side, even though you understand he's not trying to be a bad monster, but they don't need to spell it out for the audience watching.
So yeah, this is a great Gamera. This is a great reinterpretation of Gamera. The appropriate amount of humanizing the character is well executed, and the same thing, although minus the humanizing part, can be said for Gauss, the main heel of the movie, who previously mentioned has a history in the series, although I'm not entirely sure why Gauss is sort of the King Ghidorah of the trilogy. Of the movies. He's the one that shows up the most. He's the one that is kind of considered to be Gamera's arch rival, even though
That was kind of my understanding, and that was going to be my question: is like, is this kind of the King Ghidorah, where it's like this is understood to be the main antagonist for the most part?
The thing is that yes, he is. Short answer, yes. The long answer is he only appeared in one movie. Well, technically two, but he was the main villain in Gamera versus Gauss in 1967, I want to say. But then in Gamera versus Giron, which is 1969, I want to say, there is a space Gauss that's literally just painted silver. It's the exact same monster. It's the exact same suit. It's just painted silver. But
Nice.
he's a jobber that's just there to show that Giron is like a threat. And he gets killed within 5 minutes of showing up. And so he only has two appearances outside of the clip show that is Gamera the Super Monster, the final one in the Showa series.
The last one you were talking about, okay.
Yep. And so he just kind of by default he became really popular. I think the popularity definitely was increased with Guardian of the Universe, because it was kind of like a swarm, and it redefined the character.
Okay. So Gauss didn't have that ability previously?
Yeah, Gauss was just one single monster in the Showa series.
Okay.
In this one, it's a swarm. It's when we were talking about singular points, like a year and a half ago at this point. Jesus. When we talked about Singular Point, I had mentioned that the Rodans were treated in a very similar manner to the Gauss in the Gamera trilogy, and there aren't as many, obviously, but the idea that Gauss can multiply, it can produce asexually, so it doesn't need a partner, it doesn't need to, it can just reproduce individually by itself. That is kind of where the threat comes from. And that's a completely different reinterpretation of the character as opposed to what happens or what is shown in the Showa era. So,
okay.
I think the popularity and the longevity of the character is probably from this trilogy, from this set of movies, because, like you said, he's the main heel of this one. He's referenced in two, and he's not the main bad guy, but they appear very prominently in the third one. So
Yes. Okay. That makes sense then.
very long-winded answer to a very simple question.
No, I mean, the context is interesting for me because, like I say, I'm pretty new to all of this. So it's interesting that like a new version of him showed up in the old movies just to get beat up by the new, like at least in Godzilla, like in order to get over a new heel, you put him on the same team as the previous heel. So like Gigan shows up with King Ghidorah as like a a secondary lesser partner. You're like, oh wow, if King Ghidorah is not even the main guy, then this new one must be serious.
Yep.
And then they did it again with Megalon with Gigan and like all this stuff. But like, nah, this would be like if Gigan just came in and beat up King Ghidorah and like,
Yep.
and you okay, that makes sense.
So yeah, Gao, the completely new interpretation and version of Gauss that was redone, or like completely rebooted for this trilogy, and it works really well because it's somewhat familiar. It's Gamera and Gauss, but the new designs, the new origins, and the new execution, or not the new execution, but the updated effects help tremendously make this more than what it maybe probably should have been.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, as somebody going in with zero context, like this was very well done. It was entertaining. It gave you enough backstory, but it also gave you enough like surface level action and monster mayhem as well. So, yeah, I really had a good time with this one.
I'm pulling up my Letterboxd review just in case there were things that I missed when talking about, because every movie I watch, I write a review and rank it on Letterboxd. So, one thing about the movie is that it's paced really well because Gamera shows up 30 minutes in, Gauss first shows up about 15 minutes in, and they're fighting 45 minutes in, and it's really well paced, and that's helped by likable characters. The pacing is great. It's quick, but not too quick to the point where things are unexplained. They take moments to pause and explain why things are the way they are. They take time to explain the origins of Gamera, the origins of the Gauss, potential reasons as to why they were made, and they are smart to take breaks and explain things, which compared to a lot of other monster movies is not always the case.
Yeah, and the characters are consistently like doing things too. So like there's scenes where they're like trying to, if I'm thinking of the right movie, they're trying to like capture Gauss in like a arena, and they're trying to like do things like basically like improve their own understanding of it. So they need a sample of it, and it also serves as the point in the movie where you figure out, oh, Gauss has a lot of offensive capabilities and he can just escape with a laser and all this other stuff. Like you learn about the monsters in the same way that the humans do. So if you're brand new, it's not going to be lost on you. You're going to still be like, oh, so it can do this now. Okay. Like you're getting the context just within, your 90 minutes and you're in and out.
Yep. And that's one thing that's much improved over the Showa series is that in the Showa series, a kid would just say something about the monster and it would instantly become fact. In the original Gauss, there's a kid named whatever his name is, and he's like, I'm not afraid during the day because Gauss is nocturnal, and it's like, in hindsight, yes, but I mean, what if he just didn't come out during the day? And so it's
like, why do you know that?
Yeah, it's just like kids know more than they should, and the adults accept it as gospel. So it's compared to the Heisei series, like that's also what makes it difficult to recommend. But the Heisei series, like you're learning things with the characters, but it's coming from scientists, it's coming from the military, it's coming from people who have the resources to break things down, and and actually discover this stuff, because otherwise it's just lazy stuff, lazy writing where it's just a kid says he's nocturnal. Okay, I guess he's nocturnal. So I don't know.
That makes sense.
What else? Yeah, I really like this movie a lot. Like I said, I watched it a lot on VHS, and it's just a fantastic movie that I would say is a great entry point into not just Gamera, but into kaiju movies as a whole.
Yeah, I could definitely say that. And if you're somebody who's ever wondered about Gamera, if you're somebody on the outside like me who's just never really paid it any attention, you could do a lot worse than watching this trilogy. And this one sets you up for pretty much everything you're going to need.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, moving on to Gamera 2, Attack of Legion or Advent of Legion, depending on how you call it. I think this it's not the black sheep of the movie, or of this trilogy, because it's still very good. But it feels the most disconnected, at least to me, because characters returning, there's only two characters returning, which is the detective, who we didn't really mention in the Guardian of the Universe, and then Asagi. But they're both kind of just cameos. They're just kind of there. It's like, oh, you remember them from the previous movie? And the Gauss. The Gauss is just sort of mentioned as a Gamera saved us from the Gauss last year, or there's a picture, or there's a book about Gamera, and it was written by the bird scientist lady from Guardian of the Universe. And so the continuity is not as important, and so it's just saying hey, this is the same monster. These are but different characters. But the weakness isn't the right word, but the shortcomings of the characters is more than made up for by a fascinating and extremely different monster, which is the Legion.
So this was the one that I watched first. So a lot of the recurring characters missing and that kind of stuff, I wouldn't have picked up on.
Mm-hmm.
Now with hindsight, I could say it almost seems like, I still like this movie, but in my opinion, this is the weakest.
Mm-hmm.
But it almost seems like you could watch 1 and 3 back to back and totally skip this one, and you would be none the wiser for it.
Yep.
It wouldn't make a difference, because
Yep.
a lot of the characters that disappear in this one come back in 3.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I don't know, this one, like I said, I still enjoyed it. It was still entertaining. The character of Legion almost takes what Gauss was doing and the swarm monster mentality and just amplifies that to 11.
Mm-hmm.
And so if I had seen the original one first, the Gauss, Guardian of the Universe, if I'd seen that prior to going into this one, I think a lot of my reaction would have been well, this is just the same thing but more.
Mm-hmm.
But it's hard to critique it, because like I said, I didn't have anything to compare it to at the time, so it was all kind of new to me. But this is also where I got my first exposure to some of Gamera's more overpowered elements,
Mm-hmm.
particularly in the end fight and everything. I'm oh wow, we're dealing with something all its own here.
Yeah. Yeah, but like you said, you can go from 1 to 3 and be pretty good. The only real narrative thread from 2 to 3 that carries over is the sort of environmental impact of Gamera, because in 3 they explain the idea of mana and the energy of mana, and the reasons as to why Gauss appears and Gamera is there. But this one is largely disconnected, which it's still a good movie, like you and I have both said, and the idea of the Legion being sort of Gauss but amplified and kind of more centralized too, because instead of just individual organisms that are sentient, there's the Mother Legion, sort of like Destroya in its perfect form.
It's more of a hive mind than a bunch of
Yeah.
smaller worldwide individual things. Like, yeah.
Yep. So that leads to actually some very creative monster fights, though, because really Destroya is the closest thing you can compare it to, because of the like little Destroya like crab forms that attack Godzilla and the humans. But the Legion soldiers and the Flying Legion, it leads to like action with the humans, as well as action and fights with Gamera, which separates it from the other movies because it was basically just Gamera fighting by himself, or the only fights were with Gamera and the other monster. But this one, there's stuff with the Legion soldiers and the humans themselves and the military.
Yeah, because the humans are able to like kind of influence the direction of the swarm at certain points, and like they're kind of dealing with the swarm head on at certain points when they go like under the train tunnels and stuff like that. It's like there's more of a face to face element with them, and then you kind of do see like the fallout of like when the Mother Legion like takes over certain areas, like there's like growth and different things on it, and that's almost like the catalyst for Gamera to show up and destroy it. Like as fast as the Legion is like taking over these things, Gamera's the one showing up to like, basically capture the flag again. Like they're just kind of trading back and forth until later in the movie. But yeah, like when they figure out that if they like separate the Legion out and can like control kind of like the direction that it moves and like distract it in a way. It's more than humans typically get away with in some of these movies.
Yeah, and that sort of helps by the fact that it's not just civilians. Like there is the civilian scientist who is like a bugologist or whatever, but it's mostly most of the like shifts or the actions by the humans, at least in terms of the monster stuff, is done by the military, and it makes sense because they're the ones who have the capabilities, they're the ones that have the weaponry and the access to equipment that can actually drastically change the direction of the fight, and so it makes it a bit more impactful than something like the Godzilla series, and I'll talk about this in a second. But the inclusion of the Japanese military, the JSDF, helps tremendously with the monster stuff, and the discovery, the science of the Legion.
Yeah, I can't remember if it's this movie or the next one, but like, one of the characters, like, it's established that there is this very competent force now that's basically like a branch of Japanese government, because like in canon it's established like we got to deal with this is a part of our world now, these big monsters, and we have to have all of these plans in action just in case any of this happens. So this is to the best of my knowledge, like prior to something like Monarch showing up in the new movies, the legendary ones, but like this is like kind of the first like competent defense force that gets set up for this very specific reason that I can think of on film.
Yeah, the one that predates it would be G-Force, from the Godzilla series. But actually, that's a perfect segue into what I want to talk about with this movie in particular. One of the reasons why the Gamera trilogy is so great in my eyes has to do with the real-world element of the Japanese Self-Defense Force, or the JSDF. When Godzilla vs. Mothra came out in 1992, the JSDF was cooperating with Toho. They cooperated with them in '89 with Biollante, and they cooperated with them in what's it called? Just Ghidorah, and in Mothra.
Ghidorah, yeah.
Yep. But in Mothra, they're shown shooting at Mothra, and actually you haven't seen this, so you wouldn't know. But there's a scene where Mothra is heading towards Tokyo to save the Mothra fairies that have been kidnapped, very a la 1964 and the original Mothra movie.
Okay.
And so the Japanese Defense Force was not happy with being depicted as shooting the protagonist kaiju, and they refused to work with Toho on the subsequent Godzilla movies. And so
that makes sense. Okay.
and so that's why G-Force came into the picture. And and the in-universe reason is like it's a UN-backed, UN-funded project to stop Godzilla and any other threat that might face Japan. But I don't know what sort of relationship the JSDF had with Daiei, the production company that made Gamera. I don't know if there were any stipulations or any demand or any guidelines they had to follow in order to cooperate with them. But their involvement in this trilogy adds a sense of realism that the later Heisei Godzilla movies lack, because G-Force has access to future technology from Mecha King Ghidorah, and they're making robots on an annual basis at that point, because there's
Mogura shows up later and all these other
and then
Super X3 is all super highly capable.
And even though the Maser tanks showed up in Biollante, and actually there are those little red lightsaber looking beams in 84 that do nothing.
It's basically just on the back of a pickup truck. It doesn't really have much going on.
Exactly. But there's an element of realism that is lacking from the G-Force, that is lacking from the Heisei series because of the G-Force and how technologically advanced it is. Within the context of the universe and having access to future technology, it makes sense, but that element of realism is lacking. And that is of the involvement of the Japanese military and Daiei in the Gamera trilogy adds a sense of realism that makes it as good, if a little bit better than the Heisei series for Godzilla. And I don't see that talked very or discussed very much when discussing this trilogy. My knowledge on it is somewhat limited outside of the preliminary surface level details of not being happy with Godzilla versus Mothra and the creation of G-Force. So I think it lends itself to an air of credibility and an air of realism that elevates it to a much higher level than it would otherwise if they had made some sort of fake in-universe military force.
Yeah, no, that definitely makes sense. Anytime you have a real-world equivalent to something in a movie that's actually based on that, actual thing, it's a lot easier to understand what it is in the movie. If you know what it is in the real world, you assume it's probably going to be the same. But also, they don't really have to get you to believe anything because you already believe it because you already know what it is. So especially when you see, like I said, they show up in this and they're on the ball. They get what they're there to do, and they understand this is something that we are facing regularly. We need to be prepared for it, and they're not really made fools of in this series. If anything, they're just under-equipped, but it's not because of their own buffoonery. They're just they're just how do you deal with some of this stuff?
Yeah, exactly. And I've said it a million times, but that is an element that's not generally talked about when people talk about this trilogy, but to me it elevates it. It makes it better because of it. It's something that I don't know. It just makes it better.
Yeah.
But talking about the monsters, this is When it comes to Gamera, something you may have noticed is that Gamera's design changes from movie to movie, which was true of the Heisei Godzilla trilogy or the Heisei Godzilla series, but his
Mhm.
design was pretty steady from '89 all the way up until '94. It was
Yeah.
pretty steady. The silhouette might have changed a little bit, but otherwise it was pretty much the same design.
Changes in diet mostly, I would say.
One year it hits the gym a little bit more, but yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
In this movie or in this series, the changes in Gamera's design are explained in universe, because I don't remember which movie it is, but they figure out that the Atlanteans made Gamera with the ability to self-evolve, sort of like Shin Godzilla.
Mhm.
But and you see this with Gamera dealing with the Gauss in 80 in Guardian of the Universe. You know, the beams will slice right through him. But in Gamera 3, when he first shows up fighting the Gauss at the beginning of the movie,
Mhm.
it shoots its beam at him, but he just like raises his hand and it like deflects off of his wrist. And the in-universe explanation is that he has evolved a way to counteract that, so he is better equipped to fight the Gauss. He's
Mhm.
fast. He could be faster. His look may have changed, but it's the same character. He has just gotten better at fighting the Gauss, and to that lead. Oh, another perfect example. This is a bit more subtle. In Guardian of the Universe, he doesn't have the elbow spike until one at a random point he just sticks out and he's like slices Gauss across the midsection. In But in Advent of Legion, he now has the permanent elbow spike because that's like part of his self evolution. He's evolved to have that because it was useful and it's a good weapon for him to have.
Mhm. Yeah, it's an offensive thing that
Yep.
makes sense for him to have. There was something. There was a point that at one point, like they're exploring underwater, and they see like several Gameras at one point, and I'm almost wondering, like, I might have probably missed something, but I'm like, is that like also a byproduct of his evolution? Is that he's basically just like molting or something? Like, I don't know. Is that just unused Gamera models that the Atlanteans like didn't activate or something? Like, I'm just not sure what I
Yeah.
missed for that.
Those were basically like Gamera prototypes that did not work.
Okay.
And that was in Gamera 3 at the beginning of the movie.
Yes. Okay.
And so that's when they start to explore like further into the origins of Gamera, because previously it was just, oh, he's an Atlantean creation.
Mhm.
And this one they actually like try and like dissect or like not dissect, but like investigate the implications of Gamera in terms of the environment, in terms of his origins. And when they do find the graveyard of Gamera skeletons, they're basically prototypes that did not work out.
Okay, that makes sense.
So when it comes to the design of Gamera and Gamera 2, however, I think this is the definitive Gamera design. It's not my favorite, but it's like the perfect. It's more angular. It's a bit more threatening than it is in Gamera 1 in Guardian of the
Hmm.
Universe. The proportions are great. The design is great, and the overall design it's a bit more approachable, I guess you could say. It's like the Heisei design for Godzilla. It's the definitive design for the character.
Yeah, like part of what I think of, like with some of these Gamera designs, like the one that pops into my head most, he's kind of it does look most like the second movie here, where he's got he still has elements of like the big kind of Disney eyes, even though he's got like a very like you know rocky kind of exterior. Like his eyes are still very like non-threatening at this point, and so like you still can visually look at him and say like he's probably a good guy just because of that, and that would as Gamera 3 later on, cleverly they tied it into a plot point where they're not sure if he's really good or bad. They're like kind of setting up where like what if he's bad, and they make him look more menacing in the design, which is it's a clever way to do it, especially when you compare it with Iris, who for the most part, looks very like fantastical and non-threatening.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just that they juxtapose each other a little bit. But in the second movie, yeah, like he hasn't quite crossed over into that yet, and he still has a lot of the elements of the friendlier design from previously.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, that's a great point you brought up with the Gamera 3 and the sort of juxtaposing design of Iris. But yeah, like, and also like you said, this is sort of still like not kid friendly, but like I said approachable design earlier. This was the first monster, or this was the first design used in the Monster Arts line. So I don't know if the popularity of the '96 design in Japan influenced that, or if it was just, hey, let's make the Gamera a Gamera figure from the '96 movie. So, but I think this is kind of the mind's eye image of Gamera.
Yeah, I can see it because that, when you said that this is the Monster Arts one they made, that's kind of my like image, the mental image I come up with. I'm like, okay, that explains why I've seen so much of this because, following the Monster Arts line for all these years, like I would have seen this figure 100 times and just never, it just subconsciously I would think about it. But, now when I'm seeing it, I'm like, oh, that makes sense. That's what that is. And I get it now. All the dots are connected.
Yeah, I'm sure when you saw the promo pics of the shell opened up, you're like, what the fuck?
What is this? Like, again, I always knew that he had a wide array of powers, but like I'd never really seen them in, being demonstrated until watching these.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, all right, well, what is happening? And then at the end of this movie, when he basically just does like the spirit bomb, I'm like, okay, cool.
Yeah. That's a perfect comparison, because the way Gamera defeats Legion, who we can talk about in a bit, he basically consumes, it's not explained until the third movie, but he basically consumes the energy of the earth to give him enough power to defeat Legion. And what happens is that the plastron on his shell opens up and he shoots a giant beam from his stomach, Kamehameha style, and it's a mix of the Kamehameha and the spirit bomb, because he has to gather the energy from around the world, and it's just one giant devastating like laser. And as a spectacle, it's kind of great. I love the way it looks. Kind of comes out of nowhere. It isn't really set up, but you can kind of accept it as sort of he's a conduit of nature, a conduit of the earth.
Yeah.
And like maybe it's an ability he didn't know he had or whatever. So
Especially if it's in line with like the evolutionary thing. Like maybe he didn't know he could do this until he needed to, and now all of a sudden it's on the table. Similar with like the arm like spike from the previous thing. It's like, it's there if he needs it, but he almost has to need it before it happens.
Yeah. Moving over to Legion, I think, and this is hotly debated amongst nobody, but I think Legion is the best tokusatsu effect ever put on film. The suit, I'm specifically talking about the Mother Legion, the main final form. It is it works well as a giant monster. It's sort of like a Biollante or Destroya situation with just how massive it is compared to Gamera. But what elevates it above something like Destroya or something above Biollante is the ability to move and its agility and its powers. It can move around. You actually see him like striding as he's walking through like this industrial plant at the end of the movie, and it's like it opens up the head crest and shoots a laser. It has the ability to do like weird like whips. Once the head crest is broken by Gamera, it can do like these like weird whips that can like, it almost acts like I don't know what you necessarily compare it to. It's almost like the symbiote from Venom, I guess.
Yeah, it's like the tendril type things that or like ranged attacks.
Yeah. And then it also has the ability to control the swarm of Legion soldiers or Flying Legion. And as far as I'm concerned, the mobility of the suit, the all the moving parts on its like frill and all the abilities it has, I think Legion, the Mother Legion, is the best tokusatsu effect ever, I'd say.
There's a lot going on with it. As I'm like looking at images of it, I'm like kind of refreshing my memory of it, and like there are a lot of elements to like Destroyer, like you said, with like kind of the more crustacean looking, forms, I guess. But then it's got so many like points and spikes. It's on the one hand, I'm like they're all handled like well in the movie, and he does like you
Yeah.
do see a lot of this stuff get used. But on the other hand, like just looking at it, I'm like reminded of like that Michael Bay Ninja Turtles movie when they show Shredder and he's just like got spikes on spikes on spikes. And I'm like, okay, he's threatening. I wouldn't want to be like next to him because I'd probably get hurt. But no, like as a big monster, like there's visually, in the language of just cinema, like you look at this thing and you know it's bad and it's going to be a problem. And so, just going off of that, it's definitely a good design, especially when, Gamera at this point is still relatively, I don't want to say not threatening looking, but it's like you said, approachable. Like it doesn't look like it's just here to cause like catastrophe.
And he's played as the underdog. He's not the one.
Yeah.
He's not the one expected to win, I guess.
The size difference alone just like demonstrates that, because like Legion at one point stands upright over Gamera, and Gamera's like much smaller.
And that's an effect of the actual suits they made, because how big were they? The Gamera suits weren't actually really that big. They and that was to save money because they didn't have to spend as much on sets, on pyrotechnics. And the suits could be smaller, and so they would just have a smaller actor act in the suits. And so the size difference is probably a result of that, a result of just using a smaller scale effect sets and suits. So, but yeah, I don't know if you would technically agree with my assertion that Legion is the best. It's just that for me personally, like when you look at Destroyer, because of the way his arms are, it's like they can't move at the shoulders, and so it's basically like cut off at the elbow, and he's basically just like a T-Rex, and he's just like
very limited.
around. And then he flies around, but he can't walk really, and when he does, it's very briefly. It's only in a couple of shots. And going back to our Biollante discussion, anybody watching it who might not be a fan of the series might find it a bit boring because they're just standing there in a field. And that's where I think the Legion overtakes both Destroyer and Biollante in terms of just like a well done effect. And that's not to take away from Destroyer or Biollante, but the agility of the suits, the surprising agility of the suit, because it doesn't look easy, and the execution of its powers and its abilities are very well done. And I just think it, even today, it holds up. Like 25 years later, it holds up extremely well.
Yeah, there's a lot more purpose to the movement in that, where like even if you compare it to some of the like King Ghidorah or whatever, like it's a mobile suit, like it can move around fairly well, but there's always like the heads are just kind of like going in whatever direction they happen to be going in. There's very little like precision to his movement.
Yeah.
Whereas this one, there seems like a lot more, like they locked it in a lot. And that could just be like the years of technology that have been since, even from whatever King Ghidorah would have been like 91-ish till about 96, I think was this one. So like you do have a lot of years of just perfecting your craft.
And I think, if I'm remembering right, Legion was like a two-person suit, sort of like the Kaiser Ghidorah.
Oh, okay.
Where there was somebody in the front and then somebody in the back. If I'm remembering correct, I I think that's how they pulled that off with the suit. But yeah, I really like the Legion in terms of design and execution, and I think it's, if not the best, it's one of the best effects in a tokusatsu film.
Yeah, it does. It looks great.
Alrighty. Well, unless we have anything else to say about Attack of Legion, we are moving on to my favorite of the trilogy, which is Gamera 3: The Revenge of Iris. What was the order that you watched this in? Was it 2-1-3?
It was 2-3-1.
Oh,
so
wow.
I didn't see the initial one until the end. But like yeah, I agree though. This one is, I think, my favorite of the three because they do a lot of really great stuff in here that links all the way back to the first one.
Mm-hmm.
And if you were paying attention, or if you're like me and you watched it out of order, you put those kind of like, you connected those plot points.
Mm-hmm.
And like, even without having seen the first one, like, I understood just through kind of the visual language of the movie, like who the important characters were and where they came from previously. Because, character introductions happen in this movie are like, hey, aren't you the guy who used to be blah, blah. And then
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, okay. I get it. This guy was somebody,
Mm-hmm.
and, it makes sense now. But, it picks up pretty much where Gamera 2 left off, where the world at large is kind of concerned with, like, what else can this thing do and how can we be sure that it's on our side, kind of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this has an extremely strong opening because no, that takes place a little bit afterwards. But the first big show of Gamera is only 20 minutes in, and they don't need to introduce him because everybody knows Gamera at this point. And they don't need to introduce the Gauss because everybody knows the Gauss at this point. And so they're in Shibuya, which any Godzilla fan would know because that's where Megaguirus first appears and destroys the 109 tower or whatever it is. And it's an extremely well executed fight because at first it takes place in the air, and then Gamera's just spamming his fireball, and he hits a few of the Gauss with the fireballs. They're falling down, and then Gamera lands in just this extremely visually great looking manner where he's just slamming down and buildings are blowing up, and then he's walking over to a Gauss that he hit from the ground or hit out of the air, and it's flopping around. There's blood everywhere. Its eyes hanging out of its socket.
Yeah, it's damaged and torn apart from the battle.
And it isn't going anywhere, but Gamera doesn't care because he just point blanks it with a fireball, and it destroys a section of Shibuya. It just destroys an entire 3-block radius of the city, and that is where the as you'd mentioned, the conflict of is Gamera a good guy or is he not? That's where the main debate, the main conflict comes from. It's somewhat a Godzilla vs. Kong situation where Godzilla had been on our side, up until now, but now he's destroying the Apex facility, and now, is he really a good guy? Should we take him down, or what should we do? And so it's a very similar idea in Gamera 3, and the way they do it with the new Gamera design, which is much leaner, or not leaner, it's much meaner, it's much more jagged, it's got a more aggressive silhouette. I think it's a really well done, not heel shift, but way of excusing Gamera destroying half of a city.
Yeah. So some things in this movie that kind of, it shows more of that shift in people's understanding of Gamera or whatever. It was there's not even necessarily Gamera, but there's the scene, I think it's earlier on in this movie, where there's the woman that's beating the corpse of the Gauss because the Gauss had eaten her husband and son or something.
Yep.
Off screen and elsewhere. And so the Gauss, like, it's understood that these things are just like a detriment to humanity as a whole, and these things are around, and it's just you're constantly at risk of being attacked by these things. But then, like with Gamera, I think this, I mean, off the top of my head, apart from like maybe a few scenes in like GMK, like you don't really see like a ton of like collateral damage from the human standpoint, like you do in this movie. Like, because there's the flashback scene of the girl who hates Gamera, and you figure out why is because like she just witnessed like this thing basically, as far as she's concerned, just destroying her home and her family and everything. And like, I can't think of another scene or another like situation like this until maybe Godzilla 2014, where like you actually see like all the people who are displaced from all these attacks going on. Like you don't see much aftermath of that usually. You don't see like, okay, here's thousands of people who are now homeless. Here's all of this, like how do you deal with this? But this girl is like placed into a new family and a whole new town, new school, hates Gamera, and in fact names Iris after I think like her cat that would have been killed by this giant attack. So like, yeah, it's just an interesting perspective that you don't usually get in these movies, and I don't know that you would have gotten ever at this point because this predates GMK and 2014 and all that.
Well, it's funny you bring up GMK because the Gamera trilogy was directed by Shusuke Kaneko, who directed GMK.
Oh, okay.
So this was he had initially wanted to do a monster or a Godzilla movie for Toho, but they declined. And Dai was like, I don't know how they found him, but they said, want to make Gamera? And he was like, yep. And so he made 3 of the best monster movies ever made. Yeah, so that's kind of how it's interesting that you brought up GMK and like the human aspect of it and the human perspective of the collateral damage, how people may view the monster because the what's her name? Anya? I have it written down somewhere. But the Ayana, that's her name.
Ayana, okay.
She's basically like a Goku Black almost, where it's like the exact same but the opposite. It's making a negative. It's like a Bizarro Superman type deal. Where she is the same as Asagi. She has a connection with the monster, but hers is rooted in her hatred for Gamera. And it's kind of a fighting the demons that you created type deal. And it's an idea that they actually develop and dwell upon and do really, really well. And like you said, you wouldn't expect it from a movie like this.
Yeah, there's like a scene, I think it's the scene you were talking about earlier, where it's like Gamera's destroying the Gauss, and like, you see like people flying up in like clouds of fire and like all this stuff, like all this terrible destruction. But then there's like the one scene where like the kid gets left behind and he's going to be attacked by the Gauss, but like Gamera gets it before it can get the kid. And the kid just like tells the mom who comes back for him that Gamera saved him. But like, that's, that one kid's experience is going to be different than everybody else because like he's going to look at the hero, but like he's not going to think about like the 1,000 people that just died like in the same second as that attack was going on.
Well, they dwell upon it in such a gratuitous fashion because there's a shot through a window, sort of like Rodan's attack in New York in Final Wars, where you're looking at him through a city window, through a building window, and Gamera's head is right there, and he charges a fireball, and just like the sheer pressure of his attack like destroys half the building, and they dwell on it in such gratuitous fashion. You were saying like bodies are flying up everywhere. You see the same thing in GMK.
Yes, yeah.
When they shoot the drill missiles at Godzilla, and he shoots his atomic breath and just like wipes all the military vehicles away, and you just see bodies like getting flung up in giant like plumes of fire, which you don't normally see in Godzilla or Gamera movies up until that point.
Yeah, humans have always been like almost too inconsequential to show that anything is like even happening to them. Like you understand it, but you're
or
rarely
they're on
shown it.
some they're on some hill like 2 miles away and they're calling commentary on it or whatever.
Yeah, yeah,
So yeah, this movie goes out of its way to gratuitously show the violence and the genuine destruction that something like this would cause. And
yeah.
this movie, more than the other ones, has a lot of wide shots of like Tokyo or Kyoto just like completely engulfed in flame, and is like Gamera's just like walking through, and there's just like fire surrounding him, and it's visually stunning, but it's also like you don't normally see that in a movie like this.
Yeah, like the last time I could remember seeing something like that, if I had seen this when it came out, I would have probably thought of 54, because like when you
Yeah.
see Godzilla and like the backdrop of the city just on fire basically behind him, like, and you could say later on like Shin Godzilla, same kind of thing, where like it's just him surrounded by like walls of flame that he caused because it's just this destructive thing.
Mm.
And yeah, like just visually it's like, again, if they were trying to reinforce the point of like, is this thing bad, there's a strong argument to be made for, yeah, kind of like.
Yeah, I mean, and like you said, it's just compared. The closest thing in terms of the apocalyptic or the sheer amount of destruction would be something like 54 Shin Godzilla with all the fire and buildings falling over and whatever the case.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
And like the wide shots of just the city on fire, and a visually stunning movie.
Yeah, definitely. Like this one, I think there's a lot of that kind of ambiguity that goes through the entire movie, and I like that. Like speaking of things you probably don't normally find in movies like this, is like this one makes you think a little more, and I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Just like, especially like later on in the movie, which we'll get to when we talk about the end fight and everything. But yeah, like what I think we were talking about with the first movie, where like the character imprints on Gamera, and I said there's that happens again here, and it's almost beat for beat. It's just this is Ayuki, is that her name? Or
Ayana.
Ayana. Okay, yeah, that's she imprints on Iris, who we will eventually see turn into this giant, weird, non-threatening, like almost amoeba-looking monster with like tendrils, and it looks like a Pokemon more than anything like threatening.
Yeah.
But you also see what it does at the scene in the forest, where it like basically like drains that woman of like her like life force, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
And like it's a cool scene because it's being tracked at the time, but the link it has with this character is like it's growing,
Mm-hmm.
but the character is like losing energy and like it becomes like bedridden, just like Gamera did, or the first character did in the first Gamera movie, where it's like we have to rest, talking about it as if it's like both of them at the same time. But yeah, it's just the parallels to the first movie are there, which is why I said before that you could probably watch 1 and 3 without watching 2 and still walk away with like 95% of what you need like to understand what's going on. But yeah,
Yeah.
really creative.
Exactly, and one thing with Iris is that it's sort of an evolving monster. You had mentioned it almost looks like a Pokemon at first, but then it evolves into something a bit more menacing. With it has like an arrowhead for a face, because it like comes to a point, and then you can see like a semblance of an eye maybe, and they theorize that Iris needs to fuse with Ayana to like complete its evolutions. I can't really think of anything that would be similar to Iris and Ayana's relationship, where Iris needs her to fuse with them. Yeah, I can't really think of anything that would be comparable or similar in any way.
Yeah,
Unless you can think of anything.
I mean, not off the top of my head. Like, there's like the symbiotic type thing. Like, I can't think of offhand in like a monster like kaiju kind of movie. Like, I don't know. Even like the original Kong, like he wasn't like linked to Andaro in any way, but he just like had that initial like fascination and attraction, and like that's just it was more of a possession thing than a, you know, I need this to survive thing.
Than a relationship. Yeah.
Yeah, but like the symbiotic nature of it, like we see earlier on when she's like basically encased in that cocoon and the guy saves her, and she would end up getting trapped again later on in the movie. But yeah, like it's understood that this thing is either very protective or very dependent, probably both. And yeah, so like as Iris grows, you see the growth happening, like until it eventually reaches its final form, I guess, when you can see it like flying above everything, and it's like it's a very unusual looking thing, like compared to what we've seen in like like these kaiju movies before.
Perfect example. It's like Cell in the androids, where he
Oh,
needs
the
to
absorption, yeah.
he needs to become more perfect to get into his perfect form. Although I guess Gamera stops him from getting to his perfect form. Vegeta, take notes.
Yep. Here's how you do it.
And it's like you said, it feels like territorial and defensive and protective, but it's also dependent upon that relationship, like you said. And what stops the fusion between the two is ironic because it's Gamera who saves Ayana and kills Iris in slightly less glorious fashion, although I think it's just as badass as the super cannon from the previous movie, with the glowing hand. It's kind of a how does it happen? Oh, Gamera has stabbed Iris with his other hand and is trying to pull Ayana out, but Iris takes one of his tendrils and slams it against into one of Gamera's hands, and it's like draining the energy from Gamera, and the other tentacles actually come up and start forming the plasma balls.
Yeah, because it's like taking the essence of that.
Exactly. And so Gamera's solution is to shoot a fireball at his own hand, sever it, and then use his stump arm to block the incoming fireball shot from Iris, forms a fire hand, and falcon punches Iris into oblivion.
Yep.
It's glorious. And all of this is taking place inside the Kyoto train station. The end of this movie takes place inside of a building. How many monster movies outside of Kong can you say take place inside of a building where the final battle?
Yeah, that was totally unexpected for me. There's you said it's a train station, I think, right? This whole building is, I mean, it's an interesting way of showing the size of these monsters, because you see them with buildings as a backdrop more often than you see them inside of anything. And so the two of them fighting inside this massive building, and Gamera getting kind of pinned down with his hand basically nailed to the wall, and his solution is to blow his own hand off so that he can just fight still. It's crazy. And he ends up removing removing the girl from the chest of Iris, and now she's been her whole life has been destroyed by Gamera, but also saved at this point by Gamera. And at one point, actually, the girl who's linked to Gamera shows up throughout this movie, and she's there at the end, and she has a line where she's like, "Yeah, I'm not linked to him anymore, but I know what he's gonna do. He's gonna try and save, the world, basically." And this Iris thing is a very clear threat to that.
Well, yeah, and I there's a shot where Gamera is bringing he's holding Ayana in his hand. He's laying her down on the concrete. There's a fantastic shot where he's walking over to the ledge where the characters are, and Iris's head is just laying on the ground, decapitated, and he just stomps the shit out of that. And it's well, I guess he's dead. But the Falcon Punch, the fire hand, is kind of it's sort of like that, the chest opening gimmick on the Monster Arts figure, because you must have seen the fire hand and be like, what? And
when I first saw that, because that's the one that's like available now, like you could pre-order it or whatever.
Yeah,
And again, it's me having no context, I'm like, oh, is this like, you know, Zangief where you can put the green hand on him and his hand doesn't literally turn green, but it's a way for like, you know, if you're playing the game, he's using some kind of like super clothesline or something, and that's just what
sure.
it looks like.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking like, oh, okay, is this like a thing where Gamera is like doing like a punch that's going to be engulfed in fire or something? I'm like, oh no, he's literally just made a hand out of napalm and put it on his wrist, and now he's going to punch people with it. Like, okay,
Yeah, and it's less extravagant as his chest opening up and shooting a laser out of it, and it's almost kind of, I don't want to, subtle isn't the right word, but it's almost kind of quaint, I guess. But I mean, the spectacle is still, it's still kind of amazing to watch.
yeah, it's like it's not quite as there's not a lot of showing off involved in just punching a thing, but the way he does it is it's probably about the most effective thing he could have done.
Yeah. One thing I want to bring up is that this movie was made in 1999, and despite the effects, especially the CG effects, having aged not the greatest, but this is a Japanese production, and as much as I don't like using that as a crutch, it has to be taken into consideration. This was released the same year Godzilla 2000 came out, and these are night and day movies
Yeah,
because
definitely.
2000, when you take into consideration 2000 was a rushed production to begin with because of the bad response to the 98 movie, the American Godzilla movie. And they were trying new things because they were trying green screen, they were trying CG, they were trying more live action elements integrated with the monster stuff.
Hmm.
Even when you take that into consideration, it's ridiculous how these are two different monster, or these are two completely different quality monster movies made the same year, and one of them is the knockoff of the worst one.
Yeah,
And even at this point in time, I think Gamera, because like I mentioned, this was an extremely successful trilogy commercially and critically. So Gamera had basically made a name for himself. So I think people were pretty removed, or had removed the stigmatization that Gamera was just a low quality, the Walgreens brand, version of Godzilla.
yeah. I think he had redeemed himself after this. Like, and at least in the minds of anybody who watched these movies, like you're gonna watch this and then go watch Godzilla 2000, where he's like swimming CGI and it looks dumb. And there's, like you said, there's no way to really put these two on the same level.
Well, I mean, when considering the CGI, the CGI for Godzilla was just him swimming, if I'm remembering right, swimming
I think
and
so.
the
There's like a weird scene where there's like an awkward like pullback where Godzilla's walking, but it's done like I don't know
oh
if it's
my
green
god,
screen or
yeah,
just yeah, it's not
yeah,
great.
it's one of his first appearances in with the like military, and yeah, I know what you're talking about, and they just add like little like plug-in dust effects and water splashes, so but holy shit, I'm gonna sneeze again if it's gonna happen. I think the UFO might be CG in a few shots. Actually, I think it is in a few shots. But when you compare that to the effects in Gamera, like there's an entire dogfight that takes place before the main fight on the ground,
Oh yeah.
and it is CGI, but it looks pretty good actually. I could see them kind of remastering it with more modern effects for like a special anniversary or something. With they can scan the suits and basically make new models for them and just redo the CG, because I think that might be actually pretty good, an interesting idea. Except they wouldn't do George Lucas style and add stupid robots singing and dancing and whatever the case.
You wouldn't need a dance number, yeah. I think the advantage that the Gamera movie had is that a character like Iris like it doesn't really have a form that you're used to seeing yet. Like
Hmm.
compared to like Godzilla, you know what Godzilla looks like, and you can tell what's artificial and what's not. But like Iris is just such a weird, ethereal looking thing in the first place. So like the fact that it is that weird CG like doesn't really do it as much of a disservice.
Hmm.
And plus, like the dogfight, I remember that's again that I mean maybe I just was able to disconnect it because I was still getting used to Gamera's weird like flying saucer powers, but like then like he gets shot down pretty much right away. So I don't remember it lasting all that long.
Hmm.
So you know, like maybe it just didn't really stand out to me as much. But
Well,
yeah, like what was done was a little better, I think.
the dogfight in this is a bit it's more extended because in Guardian of the Universe he has the fight with Iris or Gauss in the air, and most of that is done practically, and the other stuff is like superimposed, like almost like rear screen projection.
Mhm.
And but this one, no, there was some CGI in Legion because the part where the Legion soldiers are like crawling all over Gamera, they do a CG replacement. It doesn't look very good. It looks like the Lawnmower Man, if you know what that is.
Oh yeah, I know.
But in Iris, the Gamera is like doing a spinning, and because his shell is like super jagged, it basically acts as like a bandsaw, and he can basically just like cut through Iris and like you said, there's no form with Iris that we're totally familiar with. Like we don't have any basis to go on either within the movie or in
Hmm.
the real world itself, so we don't exactly know how light would react to it, how it would actually move. And so and like yeah, the CG I think really holds up, and the dogfight is just it holds up really well, and at least I think. And when compared to 2000, Godzilla 2000, I genuinely I can't believe those are the same year, that the movies came in the same year.
Yeah, I mean, you did say that Godzilla 2000 was basically just like a knee jerk reaction to the TriStar movie, and like
Hmm.
they wanted to just prove a point, I guess.
Yeah.
But like the Gamera one, this is 99, so like there'd been 3 or 4 years since the previous one because the first two came out pretty much back to back, and then this one was a little after.
Hmm.
But yeah, like very it was hard for me to find anything to be upset about in terms of how this movie looked and in terms of like just the tone of it. And you know, especially once I did see the Guardian of the Universe, like just the comparisons and contrasts between basically the very similar characters and similar attachment to the monsters, but for different reasons. Like it's well, it's like poetry; they rhyme, as we've said. But yeah, and
Except
then
this
like
rhymes well.
this actually, yeah, like it's their actual rhymes. But the thing that actually, like, I know we were talking about Godzilla versus Destroyer before, where it ends like almost like in an uplifting note, whereas this one is almost like the opposite to
Yeah, it
me.
is. It is.
Like
Yeah.
he goes out, like he just had this like essentially the fight of his life, and he's going outside now because all of a sudden every Gauss in the world is coming straight to him, and he knows it,
Hmm.
and it's like, all right, this is it. He's like he's out in a blaze of glory, and you don't see that fight, and that almost makes it better.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I'm like, wow, okay. I was like sitting there ready for this fight, and then the movie just ends. I'm like, damn, that's real good. Okay.
But yeah, I mean, you mentioned all the Gauss. The in-universe explanation for this is that Gamera's ability at the end of Legion, the super cannon, basically absorbed a lot of the mana in Japan, or at least around the world. And low
Hmm.
mana environments are where Gauss thrives in. And they're basically saying, well, there's like a billion Gauss now, and they're all heading towards Japan. And like you said, Gamera had the fight of his life. He's missing an arm. He's probably
Yeah.
tired. He got stabbed through the chest by Iris,
Hmm.
and he's just gonna go out in a blaze of glory. And we don't know what happens because there wasn't a Gamera 4, probably to the series betterment.
Yeah, I think so.
It doesn't overstay its welcome, and I don't really know how. like what else can Gamera do at this point? I guess like there aren't any super abilities that he could do outside of like, I don't know, farting a nuke at them or something.
Yeah, seriously. What else I got?
So I think what makes the Gamera trilogy so fantastic is that it's just a trilogy. It doesn't overstay its welcome. It doesn't reuse ideas outside of the Gauss, but it's a reinterpretation of the character that works within the universe.
Yeah.
And the new monster of Legion and Iris, the symmetry of Asagi and Gamera, and then Ayana and Iris works really well. Like I mentioned earlier, it's a Bizarro, Superman, Goku Black type deal.
Yeah.
Where it's like the mirror image fighting each other, and the whole trilogy. I'd say it's my favorite trilogy of all time, and I'm gonna be bold and say the Heisei Gamera trilogy is pound for pound the best collection of monster movies ever made.
It's I mean,
It's
there've been a lot of
It's a bold statement, but when you consider the absolute trash that infects that genre of
oh
film,
god, yeah.
when
There's
you
a lot.
when you have stuff like King Kong Lives, when you have stuff like the rest of the Gamera Showa era, when you have when you have stuff like the Giant Claw, is goofy and his 50 says it's horrible, and just how disjointed the Showa Heisei, the Showa series is, and how, I don't want to say creatively bankrupt, but how rehashing the Heisei series for Godzilla was with Ghidorah, Mothra, Rodan, Rodan, Mechagodzilla, and then Space Godzilla. It's like, the Heisei Gamera trilogy does not overstay its welcome. It is creatively and visually interesting and fresh, and it rejuvenates a character completely. It completely revamps the character to where it's no longer living under the shadow of the thing it was trying to make money off of. So that is why I consider it my favorite trilogy of all time, and that is why I am going to be bold and say that the Heisei Gamera trilogy is pound for pound the best monster movies ever made. That's my TED Talk.
There's a lot of strong arguments there. Like it gives you a lot that's new compared to like, where it came from and its origins and everything. And it's like somebody took the concepts, like we were saying before, and was just like, what if this was done with actual effort and with like people who cared about it? This could be really good. Let's do that. And like even some of the stuff that's revisited from previous like continuity is done in such a way as to like update it, and it makes it more contemporary, and then they build on it. They don't just keep doing it over and over again. So like the Gauss becoming what it became, like a consistent threat throughout the whole series for being this, which it never was previously. That's different than, even as much as we like the Godzilla Heisei stuff, like they tried something brand new at the beginning and at the end, but in the middle you got the stuff you knew and the stuff you liked, and by the time you got to the end it was like, okay, well, what if they had just done more new throughout the entire space of these movies? And would it have worked or not? Who knows? Anybody's guess really. But the Gamera stuff, the new stuff that they like built onto the existing canon, which I think they probably could have stood to like reinvigorate that a little bit, and they did, and it worked, and it paid off. And like I say, if the weakest one is just slightly worse than the other two and you don't need it, but if you watch it, it's going to still be fun. Like if that's the biggest critique I have of it, then it's what more can be said? That said, am I going to buy this freaking SH Monster Arts that I talk myself out of because I don't need it, but I'm probably going to do it anyway? Who knows? Who knows? I'll have his big orange hand on my shelf here somewhere.
Yeah. Sentiments are reciprocated. Same thing. Although I think I'm probably more positive on it. Not you know, I have a greater history with Gamera than you. This is your first exposure, and I think I might have scared you off from watching any of the earlier ones.
Hopefully, that sounds of it.
I do actually want to give a special shout out to the fourth movie in this box set. This one is overlooked because it lives under the shadow of the Heisei trilogy, and that's Gamera the Brave. This one it's not difficult to get a hold of, but it's kind of obscure, and I watched this yesterday. This is the one I've seen the least. I've only seen it 75% of the way through, at least bits and pieces of. And watching this movie had made me feel genuine human emotions, which is something I haven't felt while watching anything in a very long time. Because Gamera the Brave is not a monster movie. It is a drama about a kid and his pet turtle. And it is so well executed. It is a genuinely emotional and gripping, like, character study almost about a kid and his way of coping with grief, the grief of losing his mother, and the grief of losing something else he loves, and the relationship he has with his pet turtle Toto, because Gamera starts off as a little hatchling turtle, and then it grows exponentially. It's basically like a goofy little kids movie, because there's some wacky
or something like.
Because there's some wacky antics. There's a scene that takes place in the kitchen where the little Gamera turtle is like flying around, and like there's little cartoon whooshes and whizzes that make it a little bit kiddie and make it a little bit cartoony. But the movie has so much heart, and it is well acted. It's well written. The kid characters are not annoying, which is something that plagues the Showa Gamera trilogy, or the Showa Gamera movies. And it is a genuinely heartwarming and optimistic movie that it might be a right place at the right time for me, but I needed to watch it because I was just like, man, that hit me where it needed to hit me, if that makes sense. So
that was like you managed to answer any questions that I had, because like when you were explaining like this kid's kind of like interest in this pet turtle, I was like, so is it actually a Gamera, or is it like just this kid has this fantasy world he goes into and out of where it's like it's really just a turtle, but he's like overblowing it in his head, but then you're like, no, it flies around the kitchen and stuff. It's Gamera.
Yeah, it's a Gamera. It grows exponentially. It's like it starts off like it can fit in the palm of his hand, and then he needs to use, like, it gets a little bit bigger overnight, and then the next day it's like a giant like Galapagos turtle, and and then eventually it grows so big that it can't be hidden anymore, and it is a real Gamera. It's just that the first half of the movie focuses on the relationship between the main kid, Toru, and his pet turtle, Toto. Not to be confused with Toto the band, but...
yes, excellent albums of cross decades.
But, like, I'm looking at my Letterboxd review, just anything that can be mentioned, but, like... the movie has such heart and has such sincerity and childlike innocence, and like genuinely gripping character interactions that, like I said, maybe it's a right place, right time, but I loved the movie, and I'm going to be revisiting it on an annual basis, hopefully, if I remember to do it.
Yeah, I'd heard of that movie, but I never really got the full like synopsis of it, or like really understood like where it fell in the canon, if it was part of its own thing or if it was like supposed to be like with some of these other movies. But it sounds like they just kind of took the framework of some of these elements of Gamera being, like not attached to this kid, but like just like there's that relationship that he always manages to have with some person. You know, there's always a person somewhat attached to Gamera.
Yeah.
Sounds like they took it and kind of like just went in a different direction with it. Interesting.
And I would hesitate to call it a monster movie. The last half, once the main villain Zetas comes in, who's a thinly veiled Godzilla, once you look at his design, then it becomes a monster movie, and then the relationship is less, the focus is less on the relationship between the kid and the turtle, because like you can't have a relationship between a 30-story tall monster and a kid. At least not to the extent that they do earlier in the movie, but it shifts gears a little bit. But the relationship, or the crux of the movie, which is the relationship between the kid and Gamera, like it's extremely strong. I would recommend it, Cap, for a rewatch or two. I really love it. It might, like I said, might be a right place, right time for me, but I think it is a fantastic movie that it subverts expectations, because you wouldn't expect a character study childhood drama to come from a Gamera movie.
Yeah, I wouldn't have put that together.
I will say you might have a bit of difficulty getting used to Gamera's design, because it's very cutesy. It's like they took the little Godzilla design from Space Godzilla and combined it with the 90s Gamera design.
Oh, okay.
He's a very cutesy looking monster, which isn't to everybody's tastes. But and his roar. We haven't actually talked about Gamera's roar, but in Gamera the Brave, it's the 76 Kong roar. The
stock like
that
sound effect
or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Great reenactment. Who did that? It was the voice of Optimus Prime. I can't remember his name. Peter Cullen. I think it was Peter Cullen.
Was it really? I could swear that was like a stock sound effect that like Herman Munster's pet used in like the old like Munsters show.
I think it might have been King Kong, because I vaguely remember him talking about the Predator clicks that he did for the Predator, and he was saying that he had just gotten back from doing the King Kong roars. But I'm looking it up right now.
Oh wow, okay, that'd be interesting. Because
Canadian
King Kong Lives, I know, had a different roar than the 76 one.
Oh my god!
Because I remember they redubbed the footage of 76 at the beginning of that movie. They redubbed
really?
it with like the new roar. Yeah, it's because like I don't know, maybe they lost the sound file or something. But
I haven't seen King Kong Lives in a long time. Oh my goodness!
Who could blame you?
Canadian voice actor. Cullen also has experience producing animal noises and roars, and his sound effects have been frequently used in monster films. Trivia: when recording the roars for King Kong for the 1976 remake, he streamed his...
Okay.
Yeah, so he did do the roars, which, I mean, it's kind of cool.
That's really cool.
Although when you think of the 76 King Kong, you think of mostly of Rick Baker in the suit.
Yeah.
And how underwhelming that movie is.
Pretty much, yeah. How they managed to drop everything exciting about the original movie.
We've dogged on that movie the first time we talked, I think. So if anybody wants to listen to that, go ahead. Let's see. But yeah, I would recommend Gamera the Brave.
That's good to know. All right. So I could probably try and track that down at some point. I'm sure it's one of those ones that's like streaming somewhere.
If you have like Amazon, you can probably just rent it from Amazon or something like that.
Oh yeah, it's true.
So I did subs. I watched everything subtitles. So,
Oh, okay.
But yeah, as far as I'm concerned, we cleared the docket of our top 3 Godzilla movies from the Heisei period, as well as the Gamera trilogy, which was your first exposure to Gamera, and unless you watch Gamera the Brave, maybe your last exposure to Gamera. And we have, oh my goodness, we've been going for 3.5 hours. Holy cannoli.
There was a lot of movies to talk about. We,
That
you
is
know,
true.
luckily there was overlap in the Godzilla ones
Hmm.
because if I had picked three totally different ones than you, that would have been insane. But no, there was a lot on the table today, and I think we managed to hit all of it, which is great.
Yeah. So unless do you want to go into some action figure news, or do you want to call it good for today?
For a little bit, we can talk some action figures. I know I mentioned the Gamera that's coming out. I probably
Yep.
will pre-order that at some point. But as far as like Monster Arts, I can't remember if we were on air or not yet. But the Gigan that they showed recently, like excited about that because there's not a ton of Showa era stuff. Like they're getting a little better with it because they had Hedorah last year, and hopefully, if they continue, maybe we'll see new Megalon, a new Jet Jaguar. I'm hopeful for 70s designs.
Well, I'm just opened up BBTS, and on the front page is the Monster Arts Gigan.
Oh, nice.
Uh, Wager how much he is.
Let's see. If the over under for Japanese sites was going to be give or take $90, I'm going to say Big Bad is like 129 or 139.
You called it. It's
Nice.
120.
Okay.
It's 130. Um, I, I'm done with Monster Arts. Um, I love the line. I didn't grow up with it, but I grew up with the Bandai vinyls, the movie Monster series and stuff like that. That's what I grew up
Mhm.
on. My first Monster Arts was the '94. I got it at my first G Fest in 2015, and I I can't justify this line anymore, man. Um,
Yeah.
between between I'm thinking of making a video on this, but this isn't the only. I'm not the only person who's thinking this when it comes to action figure collecting. Because if you watch any Hasbro stuff, people are talking about the price increases with Hasbro Marvel Legends, with Black
Yeah,
Series,
definitely.
the Lightning
Yeah.
Collection, GI Joe, all that stuff. But Bandai is doing the same thing where like a single carded equivalent Godzilla figure is now $95. You get the figure and nothing else,
Hmm.
and it's like, eh. And now Bandai is doing that dirty damn trick of special color versions and like final battle versions. The new Gamera coming out is called the Kyoto Decisive Battle version, and the only new thing is a new head sculpt and a stump arm, and but that's $130. Monster X, which came with one pair of hands, was $130. Um, I'm finding it more and more difficult to justify buying these things, and once the Gamera comes out and once this new Shin Godzilla comes out, I think I might be done because I just can't do it.
Yeah. I mean, I do. I can sympathize with that a lot because everything is more expensive now, and like I can look at something like Hedorah being very expensive, but at least with that one, you're basically getting two different figures in one
Yeah,
because you get the flying
you're
one
getting
and the
like two and
regular
a half
one,
figures. Yeah.
and plus the little small things that come with it. Yeah, so I'm like, all right, well that's not so bad.
Hmm.
Like, I didn't even open Monster X yet because, like I said, I got no room anywhere for anything.
Hmm.
But like Gamera, I didn't even know this Gamera was a re-release. Like I knew they had done Gamera previously,
Yep.
but like I thought it was just the Gamera 2 version.
Hmm.
So like that's why I don't tend to mind the re-releases as much, just because I could either take them or leave them. And like in this case, I'm like, okay, I missed that. Or like Shin Godzilla, I'm like, I missed that first time around, so I'll get this one.
Hmm.
But like I would hate to be a completist on this line because then you're stuck buying, the 2019 King Ghidorah that was released in the colors that it should have been released in the first place.
Hmm.
And I'm like, yeah, what are you guys doing? Like when they keep it budget friendly, like the MonsterVerse Godzilla and Kong were, 60, $70 a piece. I'm like, that's not bad. Granted, they don't come with a ton of stuff, but Kong comes with his axe and some faces. Godzilla's got a new like atomic paint job, and like maybe that's not great, but I didn't get any of the other ones, so I'm fine getting this one and having that be my American Godzilla. Like, yeah, it's forcing people, like every line, every hobby is like forcing people to be a little more selective with how they choose to fund their hobby.
Well,
And
for me personally, it's like I'm in the same boat. Like the Gigan, the Final Wars Gigan that came out like 2 years ago. I bought that because I wasn't into the line when the original came out.
oh, the first version, yeah.
But that's like a justified release because it came with all the same accessories plus the grappling hooks and the beam effect, and so that's like a justified release. The Shin Godzilla, I mean, it's kind of just a repaint, but the original release was a Japan only, which sucked, and like that was I don't know why they did that. This Gamera version, the main thing is that it's a repaint, or it's a resculpt, because the original head on the original figure did not look like the Gamera 3 head. And it's coming with a new accessory and hopefully better paint, because if you look at reviews for that original figure, it's basically just like a block of bone paint for the teeth. It's not good looking. And so this new one hopefully has a more accurate head sculpt, better paint, and it has an extra accessory. So I understand the like higher price, and I am going to get that probably. But when it's original sculpts like the Skygan, like Monster X, let's see what else. Mostly those are the two biggest offenders. It's like, why does it have to be $130? Because an original sculpt 5 years ago it would have been $80, and now single, like I mentioned, single carded Godzilla releases are now $95. I'm speaking specifically about the Final Wars and the '89 Godzilla that just came out a year and a half ago or so. So and something like Ultima, $120. It's a big figure. That makes sense. That is worthy of the higher price. The Jet Jaguar, I didn't get it, but I saw your unboxing video, or your short review on it on the not half in the back.
He was on between the frames at one point.
Yeah,
he was. Yeah. I was playing with. Yeah, like that figure. Like, don't get me wrong, it was an expensive figure, but he comes with a lot of stuff. Like pretty much everything you would need with that version of Jet Jaguar. He's got the big spear with the tooth on it. He's got, the huge backpack with the propellers and everything. Like, there's enough going on with that figure to, maybe not totally justify the price if you bought it in the US, but like if I had bought it for Japanese retail, I would be totally content with that. That's also part of the problem too, is like you're pretty much paying the inflated American price most of the time, and even if you do manage to get it from Japan, like the shipping, like import, like shipping,
it makes it $5 less expensive if you import it, basically.
Yeah, it's not great. So
yeah,
it's they kind of got us at their mercy, unfortunately.
So this is having me shift over to other stuff, because I'm going to be extremely selective from now on. It's pretty much just going to be Final Wars. I've said that a million times, but I keep buying it.
Yeah.
But Final Wars and this Gamera, and they've shown an Iris prototype, and I'll probably get that to pair with Gamera. But
that would be cool, actually. Yeah. Like, I didn't know that. That's.
But I'm a big Dragon Ball fan, as you are as well. I'm finally all caught up. I saw GT this summer, and then I watched Super and the subsequent movies, except for the new one. I haven't seen that one yet. And so that's basically like shifted my priorities when it comes to buying stuff, because you can buy a normal Dragon Ball Z figure for like half the price. It takes up less space. They come with fantastic accessories. I'm looking at my pile of loot right now because Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta just transferred, and this new Evil Boo just transferred, and like I'm excited for those, especially that Vegeta. So
is the Evil Boo like a re-release of the
Yep.
The previous one. Okay, yeah, that one's great.
It's that big tall one when he's like, "You want to fight Majin Buu?" and go on. It's like, "No, I want to kill you." It's that.
I got
version.
the because I got the first go around of that, and he's a lot of fun. He's great.
I've seen a lot of good stuff about him, but it was actually risky going to the Super Saiyan, the GT stuff. It was risky when I bought the Super Saiyan 4 Goku because I hadn't even seen GT at that point. And I was like, what if I hate the show? Because it's kind of the 98 of the Dragon Ball universe.
Yeah, that's definitely fair. There's like a strong degree of like, well, what if this sucks? Because everybody seems to think it does. But that figure, like whether the show is good or not, like that figure is just like he might be on my top 10 list for 2022 because I got it at the very start of 2022.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, man, still, like it's one of the best ones. Like he's great.
For me, that's my figure of the year is the Super Saiyan 4 Goku. I love that thing to pieces.
Yeah, he's really good.
And so when I did watch GT, I actually really, really enjoyed it. I think it's actually a very good show. I watched the original Dragon Ball, and so when they were just Dragon Ball hunting, it just felt like OG Dragon Ball with Kid Goku and Bulma. So I wasn't annoyed. I was annoyed at Pan, but the Baby Saga was great, or at least I thought it was really good. The Super Android 17 saga, it was funny to laugh at.
Yeah.
And the like evil Shenron, I actually thought that was the best one of the series because I really liked the way that ended and I really liked the way it went, and it makes sense as to why they would the Dragon Balls would be like corrupted because they just wish so goddamn much.
Yeah, it's been like overused at that point. Like the show for me, like when I watched it the only time, like it picked up around the Baby Saga, and like at that point it had just been kind of a lot of standalone things that varied in quality. But like then with Baby, it was like it felt like a proper Dragon Ball arc again, and then like not so much with Android 17, but with the like Omega Shenron and Nova Shenron and like all those like bad dragons, like some of those were better than others, but like towards the end when it started ramping up, I was like, yeah, okay, that's pretty cool. Like I understand why this is not held in the same regard, but at the same time, like I don't think it's as bad as people have, like not on the whole, like it's not as bad as people like to say. Like there's elements of it that are just dreadful, but there's other parts of it that are genuinely quite good. So
yeah, I would agree. And so that just makes the Super Saiyan 4 figure all the better. And I can't wait for my for when I ship my Vegeta figure because the more Vegetas, the better.
See, the one I'm waiting for is like just jacket Vegeta with the mustache. That's what I want from GT.
I would take that instantly as well.
One faceplate, even just give me give me that.
Just on the Super Saiyan 4 figure, you just have a mustachioed Vegeta.
Oh, yeah, that'd be great.
Would his mustache turn red, or would it turn or would it keep the same color?
I don't know. I'm trying to think how that would even work.
Because I mean,
that's something a customizer will have to answer.
Because the thing is that there's never been a bearded Super Saiyan ever. Because Nappa had like a goatee type deal going, but he never went Super Saiyan. It's like, would it turn yellow as well? Would it like stick up, or if he turned Super Saiyan 3, would it just be like a lengthy beard, or like I don't know? It
just becomes unruly. I don't know.
So a bearded or mustachioed Saiyan we've never seen. So we'd have to customize something about that. Yeah,
I'll scour the fan fiction sites and see what they've done.
I will leave that to you.
Thanks. Okay, I'll get on it.
What else? The new Trunks that's coming out. I'm looking forward to that because that looks really great. And
yeah, that one does look good.
And the new Super Saiyan Vegeta. I missed out on the original. I know. I think you have like 2 versions of that.
There was there was like the original version, and then they did kind of like a 2.0
Yeah,
where he was like a little bulkier, and
yeah.
that's the one they've been using pretty much ever since. And I think they've done like slightly darker blue versions of that, and like a few different, like they did the Super Saiyan Blue one where it was like a slightly different color. But
It was for the Broly movie, and it had a Super Saiyan God head sculpt, and
that, yeah,
that's a holy grail of mine because the Super Saiyan God is my favorite form,
hmm,
and I really want that. I also really like the darker blue, like almost bordering on black, and I really love the way that costume looks on Vegeta,
yeah.
and so I'm scouring eBay and like hobby shops or whatever whenever I can to see if they might have it. So I did see one in the wild at a like a hobby shop, but it was like $150, and I was like, yeah,
Oh yeah, it's gonna
yeah,
get a re-release or something. Like the one that I'm hopeful to see at some point eventually is like from the time on Namek when he first kind of switches over to the vest from like the big shoulder pads, but like he's almost wearing a black jumpsuit and the vest is like different than the one that he would come back in later on. Like
would it be
just
like a so it'd be when Frieza shows up?
basically, yeah.
Okay,
So like he had already like given up the shoulder pads and stuff like,
okay, yep, yep.
and Krillin and Gohan were in the shoulder pads at that point, and he kind of switches to kind of the more like just
The
body
classic
armor
Vegeta.
style. Like yeah, like that one. I think that's got to be coming at some point because it's an easy repaint and you don't have to do much to the vest to change it. But I know they got every version of Frieza is at least on the table now, so that's an arc that they like to go back to.
I mean, it's extremely lucrative. I mean, they've done the entire Ginyu Force. They've done a good chunk of at least the main like figurehead of the Frieza Force,
Hmm.
and now they're doing the like offshoot versions of Krillin and Gohan. So
Yeah. Plus, they like in the year before that, I think they did the Balma. There have been like you said, like Zarbon and Dodoria, like both got figures like in the last year or two. Like they they know what they're getting at it. And then that first with that Frieza like the base form where he's floating around in his little pod. That's just such a cool figure too. Like so, I
lazy bastard.
selfishly,
Yeah,
yeah, I just like that one.
that was your that was like figure of the year for you, wasn't it?
He was high on the ranks. I don't remember exactly. I think he got beat by Motaro in that
Okay.
same year.
Yeah.
But he was like, I mean, he's great. I love that one.
Uh, I don't think there's anything else Dragon Ball related coming out this year. Not that I can, at least it hasn't been announced or properly uh, shown off. At least not that I can think of.
Yeah, not that I can think of. I'm waiting for the announcement for them to just make Deborah and Babidi. Like, I just want those two. But no news on them as far as I'm aware. So for now, I can patiently just wait.
Let's see what else is there. There is Super Seven Godzilla.
Oh yeah, hopefully start hearing about some release info on those.
I think I got an email from Big Bad back when I had them on pre-order that uh, Godzilla and Biolante I think were coming out in July. I want to
Okay.
say. I ended up canceling my pre-orders for everything except the Biolante Rose because I don't have anything like that on the shelf.
Yeah,
And then I'm keeping the Destroya and the like melting Godzilla. What do they call it? The like.
the 1200 degree. Yeah.
Yep, I'm keeping that one because I mean you don't normally see a melting down Godzilla figure, so I'm keeping those three. But the other ones, I've Burning Godzilla and regular Godzilla and Mecha Godzilla. I don't really need those, so
Yeah.
I can pass on those. But the other three I want to get.
I'm curious. Like, I definitely want to check them out. Like, the Rose Biolante is definitely just going to be a cool thing to have because I don't have any version of Biolante, so that'll be interesting. I kept the first two waves pre-ordered from Super 7 because like I don't have that version of Mechagodzilla, so like getting him, that should be cool. And I like Burning Godzilla so much that I'm like, what's one more? Like compare and contrast. And I did get the Meltdown one too. I didn't get Destroya just because I have the poster version from a couple of years back that came with all the tanks and everything. So,
Hmm.
and this one is going to be like just enormous compared to that one, I think. So I'm like, I don't know, what am I going to do with this? But it looked great. Like if I didn't have that one, this would have been a lock for sure.
Hmm. Let's see. Yeah. So right now it's just Burning Godzilla and Destroya, Mecha Godzilla, uh, just a standard Heisei Godzilla, the Biollante Rose form, and then the 1200 degrees Celsius Godzilla.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, based on what they've done with their TMNT line and the videos that you've made talking about their figures, I was expecting them to do like retro Trendmasters, like updated versions of the Trendmasters figures, because that's kind of what I get from Super 7 when they do like nostalgia driven or nostalgia heavy figure lines.
That is a lot of their like main appeal. Like even if you look at like their what is it, the reaction figures that are like the small like 3 and 3/4 inch like
Hmm.
old school Kenner style things, like they're just all about like hitting that old school like string in people's hearts, I guess. But like yeah, it would have been interesting to see them like update a lot of the Trendmasters, as ultimates. But yeah, it's like I'm just curious enough about what they're going to bring to the table, and I'm hopeful that they fill in some gaps of some characters that like Monster Arts hasn't touched, or
Hmm.
NECA from back when they had the license and stuff like that. Like I'm intrigued. I mean, I'm hopeful to see my favorites eventually, but
In some form or
yeah,
fashion.
yeah, you know what? Yeah, they can only ignore Megalon for so long. That's all I know.
They can only ignore Anguirus for so long and Jet
Yeah,
Jaguar and yep.
Anguirus, where, why?
And that's something that's been, I feel you and I bring up every time we talk, and every time one of us talk about action figures in some way, shape, or form. It's like, where's Anguirus? I don't care where I get him from. Just, I want a posable Anguirus.
Yep. And it will continue. The next time we do this, we're going to be saying the same thing. Where is he? Because he's not going to be out. There's not going to be an announcement.
Mm-hmm.
And Garrus is just going to continue getting disrespected by every toy company.
I think that's just, he just gets disrespected as much as we hate to admit it, Cap. Anguirus is a jobber. Like,
Yeah, I know. He's
we don't want to admit it, but he's on the same level as like a Baraka or I don't know who else is it, like a Rodan or a Gauss. He's a jobber.
he's even if he's on the same team with Godzilla, he's definitely not the guy that's like getting tagged in to make the save.
Nope, he's always getting curb stomped and dropped by Ghidorah in some way.
Yep. Running face first into a chainsaw like he did. Like, come on, man. You're better than this.
Let's see. Looking at my, I don't really have anything else in terms of figures. I mean, I'm picky with Storm collectibles. I know they have what is it, like Kano. They finally did a Liu Kang.
Mhm.
Uh, who else? Is there a new Ryu? No, there's a new Shao Kahn.
They teased a new Goro recently, which will hopefully it's looking like an MKX version,
Mm-hmm.
so it's gonna be just like a more modern, recent design. But they are good at like improving the engineering on new releases too. So like any of the issues with like posability that the previous one had, this one should hopefully not have those.
Mm-hmm.
Because even going from Goro to Kintaro, like they took everything that I would have had an issue with on Goro and they improved it,
Mm-hmm.
and I have no issues with Kintaro and the way they did it. So
Mostly with the ankles, right?
exactly, yeah, that's it basically took a lot of the mobility out of the poses you could hit, and Kintaro has no such issues. So I'm happy about that. And the new Goro and new Shao Kahn are probably just excuses to get new figures out there for people who missed, because like Shao Kahn was some 5, 6, 7 years ago now probably, and
Yep.
Goro would have been around 3 or 4 maybe. So it's been a while, and Storm usually on the aftermarket gets more expensive. So like this is anybody who missed those can have new versions, and
Mm-hmm.
if you're interested enough in them, even if you already have the classic versions to get the more modern ones, you can do that too. But yeah, I think
absolutely.
you said Kano and Liu Kang, which is
Hmm.
great. There's also supposedly like they showed a painted version of the Sub Zero that's just a repaint of that Comic Con version of Scorpion. So it's like in its
Okay.
classic
Yep.
MK11 like inspired classic gear.
The one that looks like a
So
Toy Biz figure.
yeah, with the big shoulders.
Yep.
Like if you have him just stood there straight up, yeah, that's it's pretty prominent. Like once you pose him, it's fine, but
Hmm.
yeah, you have to you have to move him around. But I like the light blue on that one actually, like because they made the classic Sub Zero, like the first release, they made him very dark, and
Hmm.
I don't understand that because he was never that dark in any of the games. But
And the MK trilogy, they had a very light blue color for that one, didn't they?
yeah, it was like much better, much closer to the like the way he looked in the game. So
Hmm.
I'm like, just take this color and put it on a new one. We'll be set. We'll be fine.
And looking at this Liu Kang, I have it pulled up on Big Bad. It comes with a whole dragon. It comes with a whole animality.
Yeah, which is honestly that's pretty great. It's I from what I gather, it's gonna be like fully posable too. So I'll take that.
I mean, as fully posable as something like that can get. I mean, it does. It does.
Yeah, without falling over or something.
It's kind of like that figure art Shenron that came out a few years ago, where it's like it's the sculpt is pre-posed, but within that set within that set pose, you can move it around a bit.
Hmm.
Because like Shenron isn't like a like those helping hands that we use for animation. It's not like posable like that. It's got pre-sculpted curves and stuff. It's the same thing with this dragon by the looks of it.
Gotcha. Okay, so certain segments are just always going to be pointing in certain directions, and
Yep.
okay.
But I don't know why it took almost a decade. Maybe not a decade, but what
Well,
was
it's
it?
like 2015, I think, with Scorpion. So we're pushing 8 years right now,
Yeah.
coming
So
up.
I don't know why it took them this long to do the main character of the game.
Yeah, yeah. Seriously.
I mean, he's not the face of the game because Scorpion and Sub Zero are like they're always on the cover of the games, and they were the poster on the new movie that came out in 2021.
Yeah.
So you know they're not the marketable face, and it makes sense as to why they would do Scorpion and Sub Zero and all the ninja color palette swaps. But it's like we're like 6-7 years into this line. It's like now we're getting a Liu Kang, and why they did Kung Lao first before Liu Kang, and they haven't even done a Katana. So
Yeah. Like they've shown painted versions of Katana and Melina. I have no
mhm.
idea when they're coming out. They recently teased a MK1 Shang Tsung because they showed like part of his like throne or something, which is great because I want Shang Tsung. But like that's we still don't have the full roster of the first game. They're still missing Sonya. They're still missing Johnny Cage. Like so, I don't know. Like they're all over the place. But honestly, it's fine because it saves me money not having to buy all these all at once. So
Yeah, I think I have Ermac and the MK trilogy Scorpion, and I'm content with those for now.
yeah,
The only my favorite designs for Scorpion and Sub Zero are the MKX designs. Especially Scorpion. I really love the way he looks in that. And
yeah, that
so
is good design.
if they were to do an MKX Scorpion and Sub Zero, I'd probably get at least. I'd probably just stick with Scorpion and Sub Zero, but I that would be the only way to really tempt me into getting another Storm Collectibles figure because those I love those designs to pieces.
Yeah, I Scorpion and I actually particularly like Sub Zero's MKX design.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Mezco figures that came out, they looked good, but you couldn't really like do much with them.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be good to see like figures in that look that you could actually like pose around and like do something with besides just stand them there.
Mm-hmm. Well, unless there's anything else you can think of in terms of figures that you want to discuss, that's all I can really think of. That's all I really have on the docket.
Yeah, as I look around, I don't think there's anything that's springing to mind. That's a lot of ground we covered today.
That is 7 movies and like 3 or 4 lines of figures. Yeah.
Our state of action figures in 2023.
which anybody who's interested in stuff like that, I mean, they're probably just like broken record number 374.
True, yeah.
But it's because I even before this, I was pretty selective. I only did Monster Arts and the DBZ line. And now that Revel Tech is like an Amazing Yamaguchi is going crazy with their My Hero Academia stuff, like I'm getting those because I love the show and I love the way they look. It's like there's really only 3 lines that I've collected on a semi to more than semi regular basis, and now that that's going to be changing, it's pretty much just going to be the My Hero Academia and the Dragon Ball stuff, and unless things calm the hell down and base figures that have no accessories are under $100, preferably like in the 70 to 80 range like they used to be. Who knows? So
I remain hopeful, but I also I'm just like preparing for how much stuff I'm gonna have to talk myself out of buying.
And like I don't know the state of wrestling action figures. I know I perusing Big Bad every once in a while. I'll see them either on sale or I'll see like new Ultimates are like in stock or there's a new series of Elites. I don't know how much collecting you do with that, especially now that the Ultimate figures are like scratching that Attitude Era itch that a lot of people have.
Yeah, I mean, like there's a couple of cool ones coming out, but like I wouldn't say I like even follow a lot of the stuff that's coming out, but like I'll catch wind of a figure that's hitting like now, and I'll be on the lookout for it. But by and large, like this isn't the type of thing where I'm gonna like commit to a whole wave or anything. Like Ultimate figures come out like 2 at a time, so even if I do end up wanting both of them, it's very manageable. It's not something that I'm gonna be like, oh man, I gotta come up with like $150 for like a wave of all these figures. I'm like, no, you can buy one and then buy another one next week if you want. Like, who cares? Like, it's gonna be around for a decent length of time.
At least enough for you to get it.
Yeah, so I don't really stress the wrestling stuff too much anymore, especially because I'm very particular with like the era and the certain figures that I'm going to buy anyway. So I've done pretty well with that I can't think of very many that I've gotten last year. So
I think
a handful.
I mean, the last big thing was the WWE ring, wasn't it?
Yeah, and technically, I guess I could say I paid for that the year before, so it's not even like it really am out a ton of money from last year. Like that came with a couple figures that I'm just looking at over there on the floor, like I haven't even opened. And then there was Triple H and a Shawn Michaels that I got last year.
Yep.
But beyond that, like not really a ton.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of the way things are right now with the way inflation and economic stuff. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm saving money regardless, so I'm happy.
Yeah, now's the time to be doing it. Like I should probably consider doing it also, but like I said, until I walk in the toy department, there's something I think I need. It's a whole can of worms.
Yeah, I'm there's a what is it? Black Series like figure of Bill Burr, and it was like, it would be funny if I had a small Bill Burr on my shelf, but then I'm like, yeah, I don't need it. It's just, it's all very enticing, but I have to remain strong.
Yep, you and me both, man.
Well, I think that about does it with this episode. We went just over 4 hours, which is about an hour longer than the last one, the longest one that we had. Went by extremely fast, but we talked about 6 or 7 movies and a couple of action figure lines that we watch from a distance or get a bit too up close and personal. I thank you to Captain McKay, and go ahead and plug all your stuff again for the people watching at home.
Well, yeah, I can be found on YouTube, Captain McKay Random, where similar kind of stuff to what we've just talked about. You can find videos regarding all of that. I do a lot of stop motion and behind the scenes, different stuff like that. And I do have a Patreon now. I'm going to pull it up so I can remember what my name is on Patreon. So if you want to find me, you can go right ahead. It's just Captain McKay, patreon.com/Captain McKay. So if you're interested, by all means, come, look at some more specialized stuff. And I'm on Instagram, Captain McKay, as well. So if you want to follow, again, similar kind of thing, action figures and some kind of maybe a little more off the wall stuff. It's all fun, though.
And everything he mentioned will be linked down below in the description. So, and like I said at the top of the show, I'd highly recommend his stuff. He gives anybody interested in animation, he makes some good animations, but he also tell people how you do it. You're not one of those assholes who's like, it's my technique, stay away. You share the knowledge and you share the love, and yeah, I highly recommend checking his stuff out.
Much appreciated. It was a good conversation. There's a lot of movies that I know you love. I know I love them, and it's good to recognize the strong points in the genre of movies that we've come here to discuss today.
Absolutely. All right. This might be a one-off thing. I don't know. This is just kind of something I wanted to do with Cap now that I knew that you watched the Gamera trilogy. So I wouldn't really expect anything out of this or anything more to come out of this. So yeah, but thanks to anybody who's watching this and has made it this far. So yeah, I guess we'll see you later.